Chapter 894. P.S. Thank you to Instacle Potato for your precious monthly votes and tip. P.S. There was a power outage just now. What a pain in the ass. Attack. Hurry up and attack. Search for the enemy's location and eliminate him immediately. On one of the 3 giant ships of the Queen's fleet that was trapped by the frozen continent, the man named Biagio shouted in exasperation. Yes, Bishop Biagio. On the bow of the ship, the bespectacled nun gripped the rudder tightly with both hands. Then, she hurriedly prepared a spell to search for the enemy and began to search for traces of the enemy. A spell developed by a religion to search for the enemy was not weak. Soon, the bespectacled nun found Sei Ito's hiding place from the anti-radium spell. Lord Bishop, the enemy has been found, the bespectacled nun reported. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and order the fleet to eliminate him, Biagio said with dissatisfaction. But the enemy's location is under the sea. No, that's not right. It's under the ice sheet. We can't attack him in our current situation, the bespectacled nun explained. Let the sinners out. Now is the time for them to sacrifice themselves for the Lord, Biagio ordered coldly. Yes. The bespectacled nun accepted the order. Then, she changed the frequency of the communication spell and gave the order to the 250 combat nuns that were originally under Janice Santa's command to attack. At this moment, under the constant assault of icy thorns, sharp awls, icebergs, ice dragons and other creatures, there was simply no safe place for them to stay. In other words, this order was tantamount to directly pushing these nuns to the brink of death. It didn't matter if it was out of loyalty to their faith or their tainted identities as sinners. None of the nuns could disobey Biagio's orders. One by one, they picked up the spiritual equipment that was made from the symbolic meaning of the religious stories and jumped off the ice ship that was protected by the protective shield that was weakened by the attack. They ran toward the edge of the frozen continent. Fortunately, Sei Ito had originally planned to abduct this group of witches, so he went easy on them during their journey. As a result, apart from some light to moderate injuries, they didn't encounter any fatal danger on the ice continent. At this moment, the attacks on the entire continent of ice paused. Then, as if controlled by countless pairs of invisible hands, they began to move in strange trajectories. A moment later, an extremely complicated array diagram was formed on the ice continent. It was a large circle enclosing a small circle joining a small circle, and a small circle joining a large circle. Immediately after, a dazzling silver-white light suddenly lit up on the ice continent, forming a thick pillar of light that rose straight into the sky. At the same time, a series of kacha crisp sounds were heard. The sound continued to ring out from the silver-white light pillar. A few minutes later, the silver-white pillar of light that looked like a jade pillar suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny fireflies the size of winged insects. They gradually dissipated in the night sky, exposing the situation on the ice continent to the outside world once again. At this moment, on the ice continent, countless thick and translucent ice pillars that didn't have a uniform appearance were erected. One pillar after another sealed the dozens to hundreds of huge 3-masted ships in ice. They formed a stunning iceberg that stood in the middle of the vast sea. Sensing his masterpiece, Sei Ito, who was floating in the bottom layer of the ice continent's seawater, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile on his face. With a thought, he immediately opened the entrance to the Rubik's Cube world under his feet and expanded it to the same size as the entire ice continent. He began to devour the ice continent that was supporting the entire Ice Queen's fleet. Under the devouring of the Rubik's Cube world, the seawater poured into the pitch-black entrance like a waterfall. At the same time, it brought the ice continent down rapidly. After more than a minute, there was a boom. A loud noise came out from the opening of the Rubik's Cube world, officially announcing the end of this devouring action to the world. Then Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the sky directly above the ice continent. Immediately afterward, without seeing any action from Sei-Ito, the translucent ice pillars that sealed the Ice Queen's fleet on the ice continent immediately burst open, turning into countless energy light spots. They slowly melted into the surrounding air. "Let me see your performance on this deserted island called Ice." Sei-Ito, who sealed the magic power of all the ships of the Ice Queen's fleet with the power of the Rubik's Cube world, only leaving a basic energy to maintain the hull of the ship, looked down at the ships on the ice continent below. And the Roman Orthodox Church personnel who came out to check the situation whispered to himself. Then his figure flashed, and he once again appeared on the surface of the Mediterranean Sea of the magic forbidden world with Kamijutoma, who was still dizzy. But unlike Kamijutoma, who fell into the water and struggled in vain, Sei-Ito immediately used the water release of the 5 elements release technique to turn his body into a stream of water and blend into the surrounding seawater. The next moment, just when Kamijutoma thought he was about to drown, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in his blurred vision, and appeared under him at an extremely fast speed, supporting his body to float above the surface of the sea. It's the Amazushi-style spiritual equipment. It seems that Alistair used other methods to make the Amazushi-style rush over. Sei-Ito, who merged into the water with the water release technique, looked at what happened in front of him and thought. On the other side, accompanied by a splash sound, a long and narrow object made entirely of wood and shaped like a football that was magnified hundreds of times emerged from the water and floated on the surface of the water. At this time, 3 dark thin lines suddenly appeared on the surface of the long and narrow object, and then the upper half of the long and narrow object suddenly split from the middle and spread out to both sides with the thin lines as the base, exposing the internal situation of the long and narrow object. In an instant, a dozen Amazushi-style members, led by Kengujai, were reflected in Sei-Ito's perception. "Save him." Kengujai, who was holding a silver flame-shaped sword, quickly ordered. As his words fell, 2 young male Amazushi-style members quickly rushed out from his side, ran to Kamijutoma, who fell on the deck, and treated Kamijutoma, who had fallen into a coma. "Fortunately, we came in time, otherwise it wouldn't be like what the Pope said." Kengujai, who saw that his men had already treated Kamijutoma, relaxed. Then he turned his head to look at the sea where the Queen's fleet was previously, and said to himself with a dignified expression, "It seems that another powerful unknown master has appeared in the world, and I don't know if he is an enemy or a friend to our Amazushi style and the Pope." Cough, 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 cough. Accompanied by a violent cough, Kamijutoma was finally treated by the Amazushi-style members. He woke up from a coma. "Am I not dead?" Kamijutoma muttered to himself with a confused expression. "Not yet." Kengujai, who was holding a flame-shaped sword, walked to his side and stood still, looked down at Kamijutoma and smiled. "Kengujai? Why are you here? And where am I?" Kamijutoma, who turned over and sat up on the deck, looked around and asked Kengujai with a surprised expression. "This is our Amazushi-style's special spiritual equipment for water mobility. You are still in the Mediterranean Sea." Kengujai, who was carrying the flame-shaped sword on his shoulder, stepped up and down on the deck a few times. Then he continued to explain. "We received a message from a guy named Tsuchimikado Motoharu, saying that the Pope asked us to come here to take a look, and to help you when you are in danger." "The Pope? You said Shinra?" Kamijutoma, who had recovered his breath, stood up from the deck and looked at Kengujai. "Yes." Kengujai confirmed. "Right, you just said that I was still in the Mediterranean Sea, right?" At this time, Kamijutoma, who seemed to have suddenly remembered something, asked. Then when Kengujai nodded to confirm, he hurriedly asked, "Then did you just see a huge 3-masted sailboat fleet made entirely of ice crystals?" "I saw it, but they suddenly disappeared. I only saw you as an unlucky person nearby. The others didn't even have the shadow of a fish." Kangujai shrugged and said, "Let's return." Kangujai then ignored Kamijutoma, who was in shock from his words, and turned to the other Amazushi-style members and ordered. After receiving the order, the Amazushi-style members responded in unison, and controlled the spiritual equipment to close up the wooden boat and dive back into the water. They moved from the water to the land. At this time, along with the irregular condensation of water, Seito's figure reappeared in the water. Then, Seito formed a seal with one hand and used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from the water, and randomly appeared in a country where Misaka's sister was. Then, he continued to rescue Misaka's sister. With the Flying Thunder God technique, which was a technique that should not have appeared in the Forbidden World, Seito's movements became even more mysterious and disorderly. This made Alistair, who was planning to use the power of science to track down his whereabouts, to fail again. He could only expressionlessly watch the red symbols that represented the Misaka's sister disappear one by one from the screen in front of him. Then, he waited for the final opportunity to take them down. However, even if he only took about 10 minutes to save one Misaka's sister each time, he could only save about 90 to 110 of them in a day. If he wanted to save all 10,000 Misaka's sisters, he would need at least 3 months. This was too slow for Seito. Therefore, after completing the first day of rescue, Seito immediately summoned the final product of the command tower to his side, and asked her to send a message to all the Misaka's sisters to gather. Of course, this gathering did not mean that all the Misaka's sisters would gather at the same place. Instead, it meant that all the Misaka's sisters in the same country would gather at the same place. This way, Seito's workload would be greatly reduced. He only needed to travel to most of the countries on Earth to complete the task. After receiving the message, the Misaka's sisters immediately moved to their designated meeting point. Perhaps Alistair wanted to reduce the number of locations to calculate Seito's route, or perhaps he wanted to focus on the last location so that he could ambush Seito when he went there. Alistair did not order the Misaka's sisters to leave Academy City and allowed them to leave their respective research institutes and head to the designated meeting point. However, the distance between each sister and the meeting point was different. Therefore, in order to maximize efficiency, Seito and the Misaka's sisters agreed to start the gathering at 8 o'clock sharp on the 30th of September. I hope that the wind ahead won't give up on attacking Academy City because of my actions. I'm going to take advantage of the chaos you created to carry out the takeover work. Ito-sei, who had arranged everything, looked up at the sky and said secretly. Then, Seito's figure flashed. He disappeared from the spot and reappeared in his home in the Rubik's Cube world. Where's Mother? Is she still in seclusion to stabilize her realm? Seito asked his elder sister, Suzu Ito, who was in a set of gray sportswear with her left hand supporting her head. She was lying on the tatame while watching a TV show. Yeah, Suzu Ito replied casually. Then, why aren't you in seclusion? Seito sat down beside Suzu Ito and asked with a smile. I've only just finished. Suzu Ito didn't care if Seito was willing or not. She rested her head on his lap and said in an annoyed tone, Don't forget, I'm not like Mom who just broke through a realm. Ito-sei nodded. He waved his hand and a bottle of mineral water appeared in his hand. He opened the lid and drank. Oh right, what's the date outside? Don't forget that I still have a wedding to attend. Suzu Ito suddenly turned around and looked at Seito. Yeah, I remember. Seito nodded and replied, Don't worry, it's still a long time before you attend your friend's wedding. There's still more than a month. How is that possible? Mom and I have been here for more than 2 months. It's already been 3 months. How can there still be so much time? Suzu Ito was surprised. I forgot to tell you that I'm currently exploring a dimensional world. The time here is not synchronized with the time in the world we live in. That's why it's like this, Seito explained. Dimensional world? Hearing this, Ito Ling's eyes lit up. She turned over and sat up on the tatami. She half-turned her body to look at Ito-sei and asked, "Like in the manga?" "Something like that, but it's more advanced than that," Sei-Ito nodded and confirmed. "Then, what world are you in now?" Suzu-Ito asked curiously. "A near-future world where religion and technology are opposed, and where magic and superpowers are on opposite ends." Sei-Ito, who wasn't sure if his sister had read the Magical Hair Forbidden Book catalog, used another way to describe it. Chapter 895. It sounds interesting. Little brother, can you take me with you when you leave later? Let me see this wonderful world. Suzu-Ito looked at Sei-Ito with shining eyes. Let's forget about it this time. I'll take you with me when I go to the next world. Sei-Ito, who was a little uncomfortable under Suzu-Ito's gaze, braced himself and said, "What's wrong?" Suzu-Ito frowned and said with an unkind expression, "Well, for some reason I provoked the big boss of that world. He's very powerful. If it's converted to our world's general level, he's definitely above level S, and he might even be level X in the legendary realm. It's really dangerous for you to follow me, so let's forget about it," Sei-Ito explained helplessly. "Little brother, I really admire your ability to cause trouble. I don't know what to say about you." After listening to Sei-Ito's explanation, Suzu-Ito sighed speechlessly. "In that case, let's forget about it. But the next time you go to a new world, you must take me with you to see it, okay?" Suzu-Ito then changed the topic and said with a smile. Although these words couldn't be more ordinary, Sei-Ito didn't know why, but he still subconsciously shivered. "I know, I promise." Sei-Ito quickly nodded and agreed. At the same time, he began to think about what kind of world was suitable for him to take Sei-Ito Bell to. Soon, the name of a world that was suitable not only for Suzu-Ito, but also for his mother Eriko, second sister Ito Reina, and Mayu, who had spiritual power, appeared in Sei-Ito's mind. "That's it," Sei-Ito decided in his heart. "That's my good little brother." Suzu-Ito looked at Sei-Ito with admiration. Then, she lowered her body and rested her head on Sei-Ito's thigh again. She chatted with Sei-Ito casually while watching the variety show on TV. While waiting, Sei-Ito, who was spending time with the women he was intimate with, spent the next 2 days happily and tiredly. September 30th. This morning, after saying goodbye to Yi and his family, Sei-Ito instantly returned to the world of the Forbidden Book of Magic. Sei-Ito then made a hand seal with one hand and suddenly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. He immediately appeared on the spot where the Misaka's sisters gathered. However, Ito-sei didn't take out his phone to contact his sister. Instead, he turned around and left the gathering point, walking slowly into the distance. 10 minutes later, Sei-Ito, who had roughly surveyed the surroundings of the gathering point, turned around and returned to an empty space that he had discovered earlier. Sei-Ito was currently in the country where Misaka 11899 was located. It was located in the northern part of South America, one of the main cities of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. It was near the outskirts of Paraguay. Compared to the modern appearance of the city center, the location of the outskirts was more unique to South America. A large number of tropical trees filled the surroundings, faintly separating the outskirts from the city. It looked like the outskirts and the city center were in 2 different dimensions. "This is it," Sei-Ito decided after looking around again. Then, with a thought, Sei-Ito summoned a set of energy disruption field that he had purchased from the Alchemy Guild's underground trading area in Germany in the main world. What a pity! Just a little bit more and Nina, Lakshata, and Celine would have been able to completely analyze the energy disruption field. Then, they would have been able to reverse engineer it. Sei-Ito leaned over and picked up the energy disruption field component. But compared to my life, the energy disruption field that's worth $8 million is nothing. I'll just buy another set for them to analyze when I get back. Seito thought to himself as he inserted one of the components of the energy disruption field component, a hexagonal short stick made of special alchemy material, into the ground. He then manipulated the surrounding soil to cover the component as a disguise. I hope you can do a good job and affect the stability of Alistair's quantum entanglement state, or even make it impossible for him to materialize. Seito thought to himself as he turned around and walked to another location to insert the component and create a disguise. After a few minutes, Seito finally finished setting up the 8 hexagonal short sticks that formed the energy disruption field, as well as the core generator. However, Seito did not stop. Instead, he crouched down and pressed his hands on the ground, closing his eyes to sense something. The magical energy in the Forbidden World has the characteristic of using the dragon vein. If that's the case, I'll seal the dragon vein in this area with alchemy and alchemy to add another layer of insurance for my actions. After a moment, Seito opened his eyes again, and his eyes were glowing. With that, Seito immediately activated the dragon vein alchemy in the world of steel alchemists, which was exclusive to the country of Xian, and manipulated the flow of the dragon vein and the active characteristics of the dragon vein energy in this area. Under the control of the dragon vein alchemy, the dragon vein energy within a 1-kilometer radius around where Seito was at the center was all sucked back into the veins, leaving the dragon vein energy in the air in this area. However, that was merely sucking the dragon vein energy back into the dragon vein. It was not at the level of sealing. Therefore, after Seito had temporarily buried the dragon vein with his alchemy, he immediately used the alchemy of the world of steel alchemists. Then, he mobilized the tremendous energy generated when the Earth's crust moved to add a layer of isolation to the dragon vein, buried by the alchemy. It was to prevent the dragon vein energy from spreading again or being forcibly extracted by others. If that still can't stop you, or suppress the ability of your manifestation to arrange, I can only accept it. Seito muttered to himself as he stood up from the ground, his eyes flashing. Now it's up to you, wind ahead. Seito muttered to himself as he turned to look in the direction of Academy City. Seito then withdrew his gaze and summoned a chair to sit down. He then took out the Forbidden World magic book written by Oleana Thompson and corrected by Inticus, and started reading it. As he was reading and studying, it was time for the agreed-upon time. Seito immediately stood up when he sensed that the time was up. He put away the magic book and chair in his hands, made a seal with one hand and activated the Flying Thunder God, and began the process of receiving the Misaka sisters. This was the best time to gather the sisters. There was no need for Seito to search for them one by one. As long as he arrived at the agreed-upon location and activated the Rubik's Cube, he could send the Misaka sisters into the Rubik's Cube and continue using the Flying Thunder God to move to the next location. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. In this way, even if the Misaka sisters were scattered all over the world, including more than 100 different countries, it only took Itose a little more than 10 minutes to bring all the Misaka sisters into the Rubik's Cube world, except for the Venezuelan Bolivar sisters. Among them were the 2 sisters who were sent to the South and North Pole respectively. At the same time, the Misaka sisters who were in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela received a message from Seito through the Misaka network. They left their original meeting point and rushed to the edge of the forest where Seito had set up an ambush. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Seito said to the Misaka sisters as he suddenly appeared with the Flying Thunder God. "I've finally caught you." Suddenly, a strange voice that sounded like a man's, a woman's, an old man's, a child's, a heinous sinner's, and a saint's voice rang in Seito's ears. "I've been waiting for you." As Seito spoke, he grabbed the Misaka sisters and teleported away. At the same time, he activated the energy disruption field to fight against Alistair, who was using the quantum entanglement. With the activation of the energy disruption field, not only was Alistair affected by the quantum entanglement, even the Misaka sisters' body went limp and they fell into Seito's arms. Itosei knew that it must be the special properties of the energy disruption field that affected Misaka sisters' ANM field, or the lack of electricity, so he immediately sent her into the Rubik's Cube world. He then looked up at Alistair, who was emitting a soft white light. His body was constantly changing under the influence of the energy disruption field. Alistair, whose body was constantly changing, looked at Seito and asked in his strange voice, "I'm curious, where did you send them?" No comment. Itosei, who was on guard, said coldly, "What an interesting toy." Alistair was not annoyed by Seito's rejection. He lowered his head and looked at his body. He then looked up at Seito and said, "I'm starting to get curious about your existence." Seito's heart skipped a beat when he heard Alistair's words. He immediately tensed up all his muscles and prepared himself for an attack. "Although I don't know how you made the magic energy in this area disappear, it's not enough to seal my movements." After Alistair finished speaking, a flame suddenly appeared around Alistair's body. It instantly expanded and changed into a thick fire dragon. It rushed towards Itosei's body like a lifelike dragon. Seito raised his left arm and created an extremely condensed telekinesis barrier in front of him. He wanted to test the strength of Alistair's spell and determine if he wanted to fight against this unstable body. Chapter 896. Boom! In an instant there was a loud explosion, and Itosei's body involuntarily took a step back. So powerful! Even though Itosei was mentally prepared, he still didn't expect that Alistair could still cast such a powerful spell in such an unstable state by just manifesting his doppelganger in the quantum entanglement state. Itosei couldn't help but sigh. Alistair was indeed worthy of being the top boss in the entire Forbidden World, other than the angel Iwa, who was beyond the mortal world. Although the power is great, it's still within my tolerance range. It seems that my previous arrangement was still very useful. Seito thought to himself as he flashed out of the energy smoke produced by the explosion and reached out his hand to cast a Taoist thunder spell at Alistair's body. Alistair didn't move in the slightest in the face of the flying thunder. He didn't even open his mouth. A barrier exuding a blue light appeared in front of him and blocked the thunder. Crackle, crackle, crackle! Amidst the chaotic sound, the thunder fiercely exploded and scattered, chaotically overflowing on the surface of the blue barrier. Whoosh! At this moment, a huge water ball more than 1 meter in size suddenly appeared behind Seito and directly bombarded his body. Since the beginning of the battle, Seito, who had fully opened his spiritual perception, immediately noticed the abnormality behind him. With a tap of his foot, his figure suddenly appeared behind Alistair's constantly changing body. His palm was covered with thunder element energy and directly struck towards the back of Alistair's heart. Bang! A burst of explosion suddenly sounded, and a huge impact force rushed out from under Seito's feet. In a hurry, Seito only had time to wrap a layer of telekinesis barrier around his body and was sent flying. At the same time, a slender spear formed by a high-speed rotating whirlwind appeared in midair and bombarded Seito's body. Seito's figure flashed in midair. He used instant transmission to dodge the attack and at the same time appeared in the sky above Alistair. He opened his mouth and spat out a huge red fireball with a diameter of about 1 meter, burning towards Alistair. At this time, Alistair's body suddenly flashed. Seito's body reformed behind Seito and slashed out a sharp blue wind blade towards Seito's body. Just as Seito was about to use instant transmission to dodge again, a mental attack suddenly drilled into his mind, causing his body to subconsciously stop. This immediately made Saito lose the best opportunity to dodge Alistair's wind blade. Fortunately, the purity of Saito's mental energy wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. In terms of accumulation, it wasn't something that ordinary people could compare with. Even compared to Alistair, he wasn't inferior. Therefore, even if he was affected by the sudden spiritual attack, Ito-sei still took the time to cast a telekinetic barrier. It was just that a telekinesis barrier cast in a hurry and under the influence of the mental attack naturally wasn't very sturdy. Therefore, it only lasted less than a second under Alistair's wind blade attack. With a kacha sound, it shattered, allowing the wind blade to leave behind a long and narrow wound on his body. At the same time, Saito's body was immediately sent flying for some distance due to the impact of the wind blade. Alistair, who had gained the upper hand, didn't show any mercy. He once again pointed his finger at Saito in midair. In an instant, more than 10 javelins of light suddenly appeared in the sky above Saito. Under Alistair's control, they rained down on Saito's body. Moreover, in order to prevent Saito from using instant transmission again to escape from the attack, Alistair's mental attack was aimed at Saito. Alistair once again cast a mental attack on Saito. Under the influence of the mental attack, Saito really couldn't smoothly lock onto the spatial node of the fourth dimension. Naturally, he couldn't use instant transmission to evade. However, just because Saito couldn't use instant transmission didn't mean that he didn't have other means to evade the attack. Just as the javelins of light were about to reach him, Saito stopped his body with telekinesis and stepped forward as if he was stepping on flat ground. In a flash, he disappeared under the attack of the javelins of light and appeared in another location not far from Alistair. At this time, Saito was using a special footwork that he developed by combining the law of space he comprehended with the 9 palace footwork and the Taoist's ground locking theory when he swallowed Leluxia's world. Although it didn't have the distance of 1 kilometer like instant transmission. But it also didn't have the requirement of locking onto the exact coordinates of the fourth dimension like instant transmission. As long as he had a vague location, he could form a 9 palace space with himself. Saito could freely move within this 9 palace space. Seeing Saito's strange method of evading, Alistair couldn't help but frown. Then he opened his mouth and shouted 4 inexplicable syllables. The moment Alistair's voice fell, Saito felt the space around him and Alistair suddenly move. An invisible huge transparent barrier enveloped him and Alistair together. Then Alistair's body, which was manifested by quantum entanglement, scattered and reformed outside the barrier. Only Ito-sei was left in the enchantment space, which trembled. Countless light fragments like fireflies converged towards the center of the barrier from all directions. At the same time, the scope of the barrier also shrank at a speed that could be clearly perceived in the process of the convergence of these lights. Feeling the gradually shrinking range of the barrier and the energy gathering in the center that gradually emitted stronger and stronger energy fluctuations, Saito couldn't help but frown. Then Saito fiercely stepped in front of the gathering energy cluster that exuded a sense of danger. Using his right palm as a medium, he opened the Rubik's Cube world and waved his hand to grab the energy cluster. Although the gradually gathering energy cluster was very powerful, how could it compete with the power of a world? So after a slight pause, it was swallowed into the Rubik's Cube world by Saito. Without the absorption of the energy cluster, the shrinking speed of the barrier immediately slowed down. Crackle! At this time, a series of chaotic sounds were heard. A large amount of lightning filled Saito's body, and in the blink of an eye, it filled the entire space inside the barrier. Then Saito's right hand formed a sword and moved his arm, controlling the obedient lightning inside the barrier like a child. It turned into a lightning dragon and rushed towards the barrier where Alistair was. Boom, kacha! In an instant there was a loud explosion as well as a shattering sound. The barrier in front of the Thunder Dragon was immediately shattered by the impact of the Thunder Dragon. After breaking free from the cage, the Thunder Dragon rushed straight towards Alistair. Seito, who was controlling the Lightning Dragon to break the barrier, immediately released his control of the Lightning Dragon and used instant transmission to appear on the ground below Alistair. He bent down and slapped the ground with both hands. In an instant, a loud sound was heard. The dragon vein power sealed underground by Seito in advance seemed to have found a vent and formed a thick energy beam. After swallowing Seito, the energy beam quickly rushed towards Alistair in the sky. The dragon vein energy was different from Seito's attack. It was pure energy that could completely affect the surrounding energy state. This made it impossible for Alistair to scatter his body to dodge and then reassemble in a safe place like the previous 2 times. Interesting. Facing the Thunder Dragon and the unavoidable impact of the dragon vein, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Alistair's face as he said in a soft voice, "Don't worry about it." Alistair didn't seem to make any movements, but several huge magic formations made up entirely of energy suddenly appeared around him, and in a very mysterious state, they combined into an even bigger magic formation. Then, the huge magic array lit up and swallowed all the attacks, no matter if it was the Thunder Dragon or the Dragon Vein energy. Then, like the Ming cult's protector gods Heaven and Earth Great Shift, it turned into a new attack and bombarded Ito Sei below. Boom! The huge beam of light that was suppressing the energy of the dragon vein that was still rushing outwards hit the ground without any hindrance. It was not until a huge circular depression with a radius of more than 100 meters and a depth of 4 to 5 meters was formed on the ground that the roar produced by it reverberated in the air. At the same time, a strong wind instantly spread out from the center of the beam of light, blowing away the dust that had just filled the air and revealing the huge impact crater in front of Alistair's eyes. Did he escape? Alistair whispered to himself as he carefully observed the traces of the spatial energy flow. Young people nowadays are really not simple. Alistair, who couldn't find any trace of Seito, sighed. Then, he no longer maintained the manifestation of the quantum entanglement state and turned back into countless energy particles that drifted in the air. It seems that I can only restart mass production. Alistair seemed to say something in the lingering sound. More than half an hour after Alistair disappeared, in the rainforest more than 10 kilometers away from the battle site, Seito's rather battered figure drilled out of the ground. That kind of attack is definitely an attack of S-class or above. If it wasn't for the dragon vein energy suppressing it, it definitely wouldn't be like this. It's just a simple injury from the impact of the dragon vein energy, and there are no other problems. Seito thought to himself as he reached out to support himself on a green tree that was as thick as 3 people hugging it. But the explosion of the dragon vein energy is really powerful. It almost made me unable to maintain Earth escape, and hurt me a second time. Seito sighed as he stood up. Fortunately, my goal has been achieved. I can temporarily retreat. Seito thought as he looked up at the sky. Then, he flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. Chapter 897. P.S. Thanks to Instant Potato, NXCX, and Nickfany for their tip. There were more than 10,000 Misaka sisters in the Academy City, which only had 200,000 residents, so it was difficult to properly settle them down. Therefore, after leaving behind a certain number of Misaka sisters so that they wouldn't appear out of place in the Academy City, the director of the Esper Support Research Institute, Babel, Kashiwagi Mumo, was in charge of distributing the remaining Misaka sisters to the ecological city so that they could enjoy the lives of ordinary people. In the process of settling down the Misaka sisters, Seito once again entrusted his final work to Kikyo Fanchuan, who had already set up an independent research lab in the Babel building and started working there. Of course, at this time, Kikyo Fanchuan had successfully become a fourth-grade student in an elementary school in the Academy City. At the same time, after some preparations, a magic school with Oriana and Inticus as the lecturers was successfully opened near the intersection of the Ecological City and the Academy City. As for Asola, who was the secret secretary, she was also the manager of the library in the magic school and the library in the Ecological City. At this time, after a night of rest and adjustment, Ito-sei, who had fully recovered, flashed and appeared above the ice continent floating on the vast Rubik's Cube world. He looked down at the condemned nuns and the combatants of the Roman Orthodox Church on the continent. Still holding on? I just don't know if you can still have such a strong will when all the supplies on the ship are used up. Seito squinted his eyes and whispered to himself. After that, he withdrew his gaze and flew into the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Seito, who was floating in the void of the Rubik's Cube, first let out a light sigh and then ordered, "Huff, Rubik's Cube, send me back to the main world." As soon as Seito's voice fell, a huge whirlpool hidden in the void of the Rubik's Cube world appeared in front of him. Its high speed of rotation made it look like it was in a static state. Then, a strong suction force was generated from the whirlpool and pulled Seito, who was directly below it, towards the whirlpool. In the process of entering the center of the whirlpool, a colorful membrane suddenly appeared around Seito's body and protected him as he entered the center of the whirlpool. Then, he disappeared completely like a bubble. At the same time, in the Ito Shrine in Akakuruno, which was located in the western part of Tokyo, Japan, Seito's cube world, Ito-sei turned his hand and took out a quantum computer. He used the conversion facility to connect to the network of the main world, Earth, and entered Aleister Crowley's name into the Google search page. Aleister Crowley, a British mystical scholar, but more people called him the King of Beasts or the Beast of Revelation. Some people even called him the evilest man in the world. He was born on October 12, 1875. At the same time he was born, Eli Leviathan also passed away that year, so some people thought he was the reincarnation of Eli Leviathan. His parents were members of the Plymouth Brethren Church, which was the basic doctrine of Christianity. Therefore, Crowley lived in an environment where the Bible was completely followed, but he completely despised Christianity. He studied at the University of Cambridge, but did not complete his studies. After he left, he was recommended to a member of the Golden Dawn Society, George Cecil Jones. The Golden Dawn was a mystical society, led by Samuel Reed II MacGregor Mathers. It taught about magic, Kabbalah, alchemy, tarot cards, astrology, and other mystical subjects. Many of the famous people we know have appeared in this society, including Walter, and even the great poet Yeats. This society had a great influence on modern Western mystical thought. Crowley's fate with the Golden Dawn began in 1898, and he quickly climbed to the top of the society. But in 1900, the society began to split, and Crowley was denied access to the upper echelons of the Golden Dawn. The reason was that one of the William Butler Yeats said, "We don't think the Golden Dawn is a reformatory." So Crowley left England and began to travel. He used yoga to train his mind and body, and used the Eastern mystical system to integrate with the Western mystical system. In 1903, Crowley married Rose Kelly and went to Egypt for their honeymoon. When they returned to Cairo in 1904, Rose began to enter a state of hypnosis, and believed that the Egyptian god Horus wanted to give an oracle to her husband. To test this, Crowley took Rose to an Egyptian museum and asked her to identify the Egyptian god Horus. She recognized several famous statues and walked toward a funerary column. The column depicted Horus receiving offerings from the dead, and Crowley was particularly interested in a fragment in the museum with the number 666, which he had been interested in since he was a child. This result made him begin to listen to Rose's instructions. For 3 consecutive days after the 8th of April, 1904, he went into his room at noon and wrote down what the voice or spirit behind him said. This book was the famous Book of the Law. Because of this book, Crowley began to use the rest of his life to establish a new philosophical system. Looks like I'll have to go to England later. Seeing this, Seito's action of pressing the arrow key paused, looked at the words, "The Book of Law," on the screen, and muttered to himself. Then he pressed the down button again, and continued to browse the information about Aleister Crowley. In 1906, Crowley returned to the side of Samuel Reed II, McQuig Mathers, and began to rebuild a new mystical society. They named the society Astrum Argentium, and this society became the place where Crowley spread and taught his basic philosophical system. In 1910, Crowley met Theodor Reuss, the leader of the Ordo Templi Orientis in Germany. This group was affiliated with the Freemasons, and claimed that they had discovered the highest secret of practicing magic, but only their senior officers could know this secret. So Crowley joined and became one of their leaders in 1921, and at the same time published his work, The Diary of a Drug Addict, The Diary of a Drug Addict. He lived in the United States from 1915 to 1919. In 1920, he founded a monastery for the transmission of his ideas in his villa in Sicily. In 1929, he married his second wife, Maria Teresa Demramar, in Hawaii, and at the same time published an important book on magic, Magic Theory and Practice. Crowley finally died on December 1, 1947. One of Crowley's contributions to the world was his design of the tarot cards, the Crowley Thoth Tarot, which were drawn under Crowley's direction by Frieda Harris, Lady Frieda Harris. In 1943, Crowley wrote his research on the tarot cards in a book called The Book of Thoth, but the Crowley Tarot of Thoth was not published until 1969. In addition to this basic biographical information, there was a lot of other information that came into Seito's eyes, making him understand the evilest man in the world. And the guy who created the modern magic system had a general understanding. After a while, Seito, who had finished all the rumors about Aleister Crowley he could find on the internet, closed the computer and put it away. Then he got up and activated the Flying Thunder God, left his home, and appeared on the streets of England at night. Seito did not stay on the street for long. He quickly walked to a secret entrance that could lead to the demonic realm. He chanted a spell to open the entrance, and flashed into the demonic realm. Then Seito took out a piece of magic paper, wrote a paragraph on the paper, and pressed the magic badge that represented his identity on the magic paper. The next moment, as the badge left, the magic paper suddenly burned in front of Seito's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small pile of black powder and floated to the ground. After doing all this, Seito took a stroll on Merlin Street under the cover of the night. Although it was night time, Merlin Street was no less lively than the metropolises outside the demonic realm. In some ways, it was even more interesting and novel than the metropolises full of modern influences. For example, the magic image that Seito saw at this time, the so-called magic image, was actually something like a DVD that was used to play movies outside of the demonic realm. However, the images that were played by Magic Image were three-dimensional images constructed by energy, which made it look very realistic. Other than that, the content that was played was basically related to magic. For example, a mage who was bored out of his wits took an adventure video, or a mage who was interested in magic invited a few friends to make a magic video. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility of some female mages taking private pictures. In short, compared to the Hollywood blockbusters outside the demonic realm, the residents of the demonic realm were more interested in this kind of stuff. At this moment, Seito suddenly felt a faint stimulation. The magic apprentice badge in his pocket was passed to Lucien. Then, Itose reached out and took out the badge from his pocket and held it in front of him. At this moment, the magic badge in Seito's hand lit up, and a special magic array that was about 7 or 8 centimeters in diameter appeared on the magic badge. Then, the magic array lit up slightly. A small ball of energy that was only the size of a peanut appeared in the center of the magic array and floated quietly. Seeing this, Seito reached out his left index finger and touched the small ball of energy. Under his touch, the small ball of energy lit up slightly and then turned into a stream of energy that flowed through Seito's fingertip and into his body. At the same time, a message automatically appeared in Seito's mind. With a thought, Seito finished reading the message in his mind and smiled. He turned his hand and put away the magic badge in his hand. He turned around and left the magic image stall and walked slowly toward a public facility that provided teleportation services. A few minutes later, Seito walked to the public facility and first took out his universal bank card to pay the usage fee. Then, he stepped into the facility that temporarily removed the magic trap and activated the teleportation magic array with his mental strength. In an instant, Ito-sei's figure disappeared from the colorful teleportation array, and in the next moment, he appeared in another teleportation array in another street. This street was called Agrippa, named after the famous magician who laid the foundation of modern magic. Merlin Street was mainly used for commercial purposes. Apart from a few powerful people and a few ordinary people who had lived there for generations, almost no one else lived there. Agrippa was a street that was specially built for people to live in. Apart from a few essential shops, all the places here were residences for magicians of all social classes. After walking out of the teleportation magic array, Seito walked straight to the middle of Agrippa Street where a very European-style duplex building was located. After a while, Ito-sei, who was outside the building, reached out his hand and pressed the magic array on the door frame. Creak! 20 seconds later, with a soft sound, the door in front of Seito was opened. Then, a seductive and mature woman of about 30 years old appeared in front of Seito. She was wearing a pair of light blue skin-tight hot pants that outlined the curves of her buttocks and a white camisole with 2 protrusions and shadows faintly visible. Her 2 fair long legs, flat stomach, and smooth arms and shoulders were exposed to the air. Her long black hair was tied into a simple circle behind her head. She looked very Asian, and she was about 30 years old and attractive. "Ingrid, are you trying to tempt me into committing a crime?" Seito's eyes were full of admiration as he looked at the 2-star magician in front of him. His tone was exaggerated as he praised her. "If it's you, Chin, maybe I won't resist." Ingrid didn't know Seito's true strength, and only thought that he was an apprentice magician. She deliberately winked at Seito and moved aside to let Seito in. "Just maybe? But it's you, Ingrid. This little bit of danger is worth the risk," Seito joked as he walked into the room. Chapter 898. What do you want to drink? Tea or coffee? Ingrid closed the door and walked towards the kitchen as she asked Seito, who was walking towards the sofa. "Tea, the kind without milk." Itomori turned to look at Ingrid and said. But then he immediately remembered that the tea drunk in Europe was never pure tea, and there were always some inexplicable things added to it, so he quickly said, "That's right." "Okay, have a seat first," Ingrid said as she walked into the kitchen. Seito didn't refuse as he sat on the sofa made of unknown leather. "Try it, how does it taste?" After a short while, Ingrid walked back into the living room with a small plate in each of her hands. She handed one of the cups to Ito-sei and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Ito-sei, Mr. Ito-sei." It tastes pretty good," Seito nodded as he took a sip of the black tea. In European countries, under the premise that there were no other inexplicable things, the taste of tea was in line with the authentic taste of tea. Therefore, Ito-sei's evaluation was not against his will. "Really? This is the first time I've prepared such pure tea for a guest. It looks pretty good." Ingrid smiled as she sat on the sofa. "The amount of tea leaves is just right, and the temperature of the water isn't bad. It doesn't make the tea too dry, but it also doesn't make the tea too hot to drink. Good sense, Seito said as he placed the teacup on the black glass tea table in front of him. Seeing Seito's reaction, Ingrid knew they were going to talk about something serious. She put down the milk tea in her hand and calmed down her expression. She looked at Seito and waited for his explanation. Ingrid, how much do you know about Aleister Crowley? Seito looked at Ingrid with a serious expression. You mean King of the Beast? Ingrid frowned and asked back. After Seito nodded in confirmation, she continued to ask, Why are you asking about him? I suddenly saw this name in a novel, and then I used the foreign internet to search for him. I suddenly have a strong interest in him, so I want to know more about him. Seito obviously couldn't tell Ingrid the truth, so he explained with a reason that was almost 90% true. If you're just interested, I suggest you give up on pursuing him, Ingrid said with a serious expression after hearing Seito's explanation. Why? Seito asked in confusion. I don't know how much information about him there is on the foreign internet, but I'm sure you know the title, The World's Evilest Man? Ingrid didn't immediately answer Seito's question. Yes, Seito nodded in confirmation. He created sex magic that is different from other magic systems. He encouraged drug use, drinking, and promiscuity. A lot of his ideas are not compatible with the world. I don't want to see a talented person like you being influenced by his theories in the process of pursuing him, and then become the next devil. Ingrid stared at Seito's eyes with a serious expression and said in a deep voice. But the book said that his theories created the modern magic system. It also allowed more ordinary people to come in contact with magic and use magic. Seito frowned and asked with a puzzled expression. That's right. Ingrid nodded with a frown. Indeed, with his theories as the foundation, modern magic is no longer the need to set up complicated rituals. It made the magic usage simpler and faster. It also made it easier for people outside of the association to learn and master magic. But his ideas are too different. As your magic consultant, I still insist on my opinion. I don't recommend you continue to pursue information about him. Ingrid changed the topic and said again with a serious expression. Since that's your suggestion, then okay. Seito shrugged. Then the atmosphere returned to a relaxed state. The two put aside the topic of Aleister Crowley and began to chat casually. Most of the topics still revolved around magic knowledge. Only a small amount of content was the two flirting and joking. In this relaxed and joyful atmosphere, the two unknowingly chatted for a few hours. At this moment, with a series of dang 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 sounds, Seito and Ingrid's attention turned to the old-fashioned clock hanging on the wall of the room. Time flies, it's already midnight. Seito looked at Ingrid and smiled. Are you ready to take action? Ingrid leaned her back against the back of the sofa and crossed her arms under her chest to make her breasts look even more majestic. She looked at Seito with a faint smile and said in a seductive voice, It's already so late. Do you have the heart to kick me out? Roland moved his body to the edge of the sofa. His right arm was half bent on the armrest and his left hand was stretched forward to cover Ingrid's smooth thigh. He gently stroked her thigh with a smile on his face. The guest room in my house is also very comfortable. Ingrid glanced at the hand that was rubbing her thigh. She didn't move her leg away from the hand as she smiled and said in a coquettish voice, Do you think I can sleep well with a beauty like you in the same room? Seito looked at Ingrid with a pitiful expression. It's okay. I can help you cast a powerful sleeping spell. I guarantee that you will sleep like a dead pig. Even if someone blasts you with a fireball, you won't wake up. Ingrid said without turning her head as she got up from the sofa and walked toward the bedroom on the second floor with swaying hips. Sleeping in the same room but in different beds is not my style. Seito supported himself with one hand, jumped behind the sofa, and quickly caught up with Ingrid. That's your business, not mine. Ingrid turned her head slightly and smiled seductively out of the corner of her eyes. It's okay. You'll get used to it. Seito smiled and said, It's only February and the weather is very cold. I can be the heater and provide you with warmth so that you can safely spend the cold night. Ingrid rolled her eyes at Seito and stopped teasing him. She was wearing skimpy clothes and treated it as if it was the middle of summer. She slowly walked to her bedroom. Okay, thank you for escorting me. I'm going to rest now. You should go rest too. Ingrid opened the door to her bedroom, then turned around and stood in the middle of the doorframe. She gently stroked Seito's chest with her other hand and said to him in a sweet voice, The guest room is on the first floor. Remember to be good. Then, Ingrid put her palms together and gently drew circles on Seito's chest with her index finger. Then, Ingrid forcefully pushed Seito away from her and stepped back into the bedroom. A faint transparent barrier appeared in front of the door frame and disappeared in the next second. It's a magic barrier. Damn it, Seito complained loudly, pretending to be annoyed. So, Chun, if you want to sleep with me, you have to quickly improve your strength. You're only an apprentice, so you can't do it. Ingrid slowly closed the door and looked at Ito-sei through the door that was getting smaller and smaller as she winked at him. Okay, I'll go to the Magicians Association tomorrow to be officially certified as a sorcerer, Seito said loudly, as if he was ready to sacrifice himself. Bang! Ingrid thought that Seito was joking and didn't take it seriously. She smiled and completely closed the door. Seito stopped joking and returned to the first floor. He entered the guest room with the bathroom to wash up and rest. I'll go to the Magicians Association in the morning and get my certification as a sorcerer. Then, I'll find other ways to find information about Alex Crowley and his works, Seito thought to himself as he washed up. The next morning, Seito ate a Western-style breakfast prepared by Ingrid and prepared to leave for the Magicians Association to get his certification. Are you serious? Ingrid looked at Seito in surprise. Of course, Seito replied confidently. Then he changed the topic and looked at Ingrid with a smile. Ingrid, don't forget what you said to me before. Ingrid was surprised at first, but then she remembered that she had joked with Seito before. If you get your certification as a sorcerer, I'll reward you with a real kiss. She smiled gently. Sure, as long as you get your certification as a sorcerer, I'll fulfill that promise. Hee, just you wait. Seito smiled proudly. Then, he turned to the door and said goodbye to Ingrid like a master. I'm leaving. I'll go to Merlin's great library to look for information. I'll be back in the evening. After saying that, he pushed open the door and walked out of Ingrid's room. Then, he walked along the same path he took last night to the public teleportation circle. He paid the fee to activate the circle and appeared in Merlin Street. With a clear goal in mind, Seito stepped out of the teleportation circle and walked straight to the Magicians Association in the center of Merlin Street. For Ito-sei, whose true strength was far beyond the A+ level and was about to step into the S level, the assessment that was only equivalent to the C level was really a simple matter. Therefore, after casting 2 level 1 spells, Fireball and Windblade, as well as 5 level 0 cantrips such as Magic Trick, Magician's Hand, Transcription, Illumination, and Switch, Ito-sei successfully qualified as an official magician. He then changed his badge into a silver one with a magic wand and a light elemental strip engraved on it. Chapter 899. Seito didn't stay in the Magic Association for long after he became an official magus. He went to the Great Merlin Library, which wasn't far from the Magic Association, and began to secretly copy some of the apprentice-level, official, and 1-star magic books. Seito spent an entire day in the library under the watchful gazes of the staff and the magi who often visited the library, as well as those who saw Seito's behavior for the first time, as if they were looking at a madman. Unbeknownst to everyone, he finished copying more than 200 magic books of various types, filling up the library in the Rubik's Cube world. Itosei put the magic book in his hand back to its original position. He pinched the bridge of his nose to relieve some of the dryness in his eyes. He frowned slightly as he sorted out the contents of the 200 magic books that he had recently recorded in his mind. He then slowly walked out of the library. A few minutes later, Seito, who was once again exposed to the outside air, felt his mind clear. He strolled around Merlin Street with a smile on his face. After he bought 2 bottles of red wine and some expensive food, he stepped into the teleportation array and went back to Agrippa Street. He then returned to Ingrid's residence. "Looking at you, you passed the test?" She was wearing a pair of gray home sweatpants and a light yellow short-sleeved t-shirt that showed her breasts because she didn't wear any underwear. She said with a charming smile while looking at Itosei, who was carrying a lot of bags in his hands. Seito walked into the house and put the bags on the table one by one. He then turned to Ingrid and said with a smile, "Yes, so don't go back on your word later. Don't think that you can fool me by acting like you passed the test and came back to celebrate with me. If you want me to fulfill my promise, then take out the badge." Ingrid's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and she said half-jokingly. Although she knew that Seito had a strong learning ability and high talent, Ingrid still didn't think that Seito would reach the standard of an official magus in less than half a year after becoming an apprentice. Ingrid couldn't help but re-evaluate Seito's talent in her heart. "Here, take it. Let's see how you're going to argue this time." Seito stopped what he was doing and took out his badge and threw it to Ingrid. Ingrid used Mage Hand to catch the badge and casually looked down at it. She then used Mage Hand to send it back to Seito's side and exclaimed, "Oh, I didn't think that you really passed the test. You're serious now? When do you want me to fulfill my promise? Is it now? Or do you want to wait for a while?" Then Ingrid approached Itosei and said in a soft voice, "Ingrid's tilted her's, tilted her's, and Ito's ss." At this time, Seito finally finished putting the things he bought on the table. He then picked up a bottle of red wine and opened it with a level 0 spell while asking Ingrid, the owner of the house, to find 2 wine glasses. "To celebrate my becoming an official sorcerer. Cheers," Seito said while holding a glass of red wine with Ingrid. "Cheers," Ingrid replied with a smile. Ding! A light sound rang out as the 2 wine cups collided. Seito and Ingrid took a sip of the red wine and put their glasses back on the table. They then picked up their cutlery and began to enjoy the expensive food Seito bought. 40 minutes later, the 2 of them ended the relaxing dinner. "Do you want me to fulfill my promise?" Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. Her red lips slightly parted as she said seductively, "If you don't mind," Seito said with a smile as he looked at Ingrid. "It's you who can't wait anymore." Ingrid leaned back on the chair and sneered. It was just a combination of the mature and languid look she exuded. It made her look even more alluring than before. Itomori smiled and didn't refute. He stood up from the chair and walked towards Ingrid along the edge of the table while sliding his right palm on the table. Ingrid's eyes were blurry as she looked at Seito. The smile on her face became even bigger, and her red lips slightly opened as she tried to seduce Seito. Although Ingrid lived in the ancient style of demonic realm, the dining table in her house wasn't the long table used by the nobles in the Middle Ages. Instead, it was a square table used by the ordinary people. The longest edge of the table was only 1.5 meters long. With Seito's speed, it was only 2 steps away. So after 3 to 4 seconds, Seito was already standing in front of Ingrid. "Remember, only a kiss," Ingrid reminded with a smile as she looked up at Seito. Itosei didn't pay attention to Ingrid's reminder. He just smiled and reached out his hands to hold Ingrid's face, which was very much in line with the Oriental aesthetic. He lowered his head and slowly kissed her. Since it was a kiss, it naturally wouldn't end with just the touch of their lip. So, Itose stuck out his tongue and explored Ingrid's lips, which were exuding the fragrance of wine. He started to entangle with Ingrid. Ingrid didn't resist. Instead, she took the initiative to entangle with Seito. As her emotions gradually deepened, she opened her arms and hugged Seito's neck. Seeing Ingrid's reaction, Seito didn't stay in a daze. One of his hands slid down Ingrid's face, past her beautiful neck, around the mountain, and across the flat plain. Then, he reached his hand into the light yellow short-sleeved t-shirt and crossed the plain again. He stopped at the mountain owned by Ingrid and started to explore. Oh, this is an item other than the reward. Ingrid pressed down Seito's hand that was constantly rubbing her chest and looked at Seito with a faint smile. The kiss is the promise you made to me before. This is the official reward for passing this test. Seito didn't stop his hand even though it was pressed down. Then, without waiting for Ingrid to retort, he lowered his head and kissed her lips again, shattering all her words of rebuttal. Okay, let's stop here. The rest is the reward for passing the 1-star sorcerer certification. I can't give it to you now. Just as Seito was about to take the opportunity to take another step, Ingrid immediately stopped Seito and looked at him with a serious expression. You're acting like you're coaxing a child. Seito pulled his hand out of Ingrid's clothes and straightened his body. If it wasn't for my encouragement, would you be able to achieve what you have now? Ingrid rolled her eyes at Seito as she tidied up her messy clothes. Seito pursed his lips and snorted in disdain at Ingrid's shamelessness. After tidying up her clothes, Ingrid stood up with a smile and cleaned up the leftovers on the table. After cleaning up, she continued to chat with Seito. However, most of the content was about things to take note of when consolidating one's foundation, how to master level 1 spells better after becoming an official sorcerer, and how to increase one's strength. Thank you. Itose, who had recorded all of Ingrid's words, expressed his gratitude. After all, Ingrid was only a sorcerer who had signed a contract as a consultant. Unless Seito took the initiative to ask, she didn't have to take the initiative to talk about all the important points, secrets, and things to take note of like a dedicated archmage. Therefore, Seito was sincerely grateful to Ingrid for her dedication. There's no need to be so polite. After all, I'm a consultant who signed a contract with you, right? Ingrid winked at Seito playfully and smiled. Then, she put on a greedy expression and continued, Also, your talent is so good. I believe it won't take long for you to reach my current level, or even surpass me, and become a famous great sorcerer. When that time comes, I might even need you to teach me. Rather than trying to rope you in at that time, it's better to give you some benefits now so that you won't forget me. Alright, your method is very effective. At the very least, you already have a place in my heart. Seito spread his hands and looked at Ingrid's chest lecherously. If you want me, then hurry up and work hard. Once you reach the level of a 2-star sorcerer, I'll be yours. Ingrid purposely straightened her body and showed off her chest to Seito as she spoke. I know. Just you wait, I'll get the 2-star sorcerer certification soon, and then I'll push you under my body. Seito fiercely stared at Ingrid's mature face and said. I'm looking forward to it, Ingrid said with a seductive smile. Then, the two chatted for a while and went back to their respective bedrooms and guest rooms to take a bath and rest. The next day, Seito still had breakfast prepared by Ingrid and said goodbye to her. Then, he directly left the magic path and returned to the outside world. He activated the Flying Thunder God spell and appeared in Germany. He easily found the Alchemy Union branch in the city and bought a set of energy disturbance items from the underground exchange. After that, Seito browsed around the exchange for a while and bought a bunch of alchemy materials. Then, he activated the Flying Thunder God spell and returned to the capital to see his cousin, Chen Shichen. "Brother, you're back." Seeing Seito appear, Chen Shichen stood up and greeted him while giving Seito a look. Chapter 900. P.S. Thank you to 5200, 5200, 5200, Bloodthirsty Blackfeather, and Crimson Moon Lily for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to Instant Potato and Nickfanny for their tip. What's wrong? Ito-sei, who didn't know what was going on, used telepathy to send his doubts to his cousin Chen Shichen. Chen Shichen's eyes widened in surprise when she heard the voice in her heart. You don't have to speak, just say it in your heart. I can hear it. Where have you been for the past 2 days? Chen Shichen asked, knowing that it was not the time to be surprised. Before Seito could answer, she continued, Grandpa was very angry with you for leaving without saying goodbye. Luckily, I thought you had something urgent to do and asked me to pass on your message. Don't let the cat out of the bag when you speak later. Got it, Seito replied in his heart. Telepathy was extremely fast. Only 3 to 4 seconds had passed in the outside world before the two of them finished their conversation. Shicheng, you're back. Lu Xiaohua greeted him with a smile. How was it? Are you done with your business? Do you need any help from your uncle? It's just a small problem. I just need to explain it clearly. There's no need to go through so much trouble, Seito answered with a smile as he walked into the house. I see. Lu Xiaohua said with a look of realization. She then asked, You won't be leaving for the next 2 days, right? Yes, if there's nothing else, I probably won't be leaving until the 5th day of Chinese New Year, Seito replied. That's good, Lu Xiaohua said with a smile. Seito left the United Kingdom at around 10 in the morning. According to the time difference, it was around 17 in the afternoon in Beijing, which was the time when most people would have dinner. However, the Chun family had a deputy director who was not very powerful. Although he did not have much power, he had been busy for the past few days before and after the Chinese New Year. Therefore, dinner time was naturally delayed and they only started preparing now. After chatting with Seito for a while, Lu Xiaohua turned around and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner for the family. Brother, what have you been doing these past 2 days? After Lu Xiaohua left, Chen Shichen quickly sat beside Seito and asked curiously in a low voice. Then, without waiting for Seito to answer, she continued to guess. Is it like what is described in TV dramas and novels? Did you go out to help people subdue demons? What nonsense are you thinking about in that little head of yours? Seito raised his hand and patted Chen Shichen's forehead. Besides, even if I want to subdue demons and devils, I need demons and devils to subdue me first. Are those all fake? Chen Shichen asked in disbelief. It's true that it's fake, but times have changed. Demons and ghosts keep pace with the times and don't talk about strategy at all. Those that come out to do evil are all cannon fodder that will be destroyed in a few days. They won't be able to do much. Since Chen Shichen asked, Seito explained simply to let her understand, so that she wouldn't be in danger because of her curiosity. That's why the demons that are still alive are all smart demons. They're not people that can be easily attacked. Is that so? Chen Shichen nodded thoughtfully. Brother, can you bring me to see a real demon? After 4 to 5 seconds of silence, Chen Shichen looked expectantly at Seito and asked. Seito frowned. He didn't want Chen Shichen to come into contact with these things, but since Chen Shichen had asked, it wouldn't be good if he didn't bring her. She might be in danger because of her curiosity. Rather than that, it would be better to fulfill her wish and let Chen Shichen get rid of her curiosity. She could just continue being an ordinary girl. Okay. I hope you can handle it when the time comes. Seito glanced at Chen Shichen and said, He he he. Hearing Itomori's words, Chen Shichen couldn't help but recall the horror movies she had watched with her classmates and friends since she was young. Her face was slightly pale as she laughed dryly. At the same time, she regretted bringing up the idea of meeting the fiendish demon. However, because of her curiosity and competitiveness, she didn't say, "I'm not going," out loud. But even so, Chen Shichen didn't have the mood to talk anymore. She absent-mindedly watched the program on the television. Seeing this, Seito smiled and took out the mission center that connected to the Bounty Union's website and logged in. He posted a request to buy the Book of Law, Equinox, and Magic Theory and Practice, 3 books written by Aleister Crowley. Among them, the Book of Law was known as the Book of Curses. Every time it was published, it would cause a worldwide war. Even the editor who wrote this book died of illness after the war. Equinox was a book that almost destroyed most of the secret societies. It completely revealed all kinds of secret magic rituals and specific methods of operation. It must be known that the magic societies relied on these secrets to survive for so long. Perhaps it was due to pressure from the higher-ups of the magic society. At that time, many well-known people joined secret societies. Or other reasons, the book was only published in 10 volumes in the 5 years from 1909 to 1913. After that, it was completely discontinued, and it had not been republished to this day. The last book, Magic Theory and Practice, was Aleister Crowley's most basic and normal book. It explained in detail what magic was, how to learn magic, and how to use magic. Especially the description of some content, it even used scientific theories that were just emerging at that time to explain. It was because of this book that modern magic began to gradually break away from the shackles of rituals. It made the passing of magic simpler and faster. It also prompted the mages to think about magic, which led to the development of modern magic and the formation of today's magic system. However, although this book was normal, perhaps because it was related to Aleister Crowley, or because the storm of ideas it caused was too strong, Seito couldn't find this book in the apprentice level, official, and 1-star mage sections of the Great Merlin Library. Perhaps he needed a higher mage certification to see this book. However, using less than half a year to break through the apprentice level and become an official mage was considered an outstanding talent. It didn't even wait. Directly breaking through 1-star, 2-star, and even approaching 3-star was too eye-catching. Seito didn't want to expose himself to the higher-ups of the demonic realm, who were guarded by legendary mages, so he could only use the Bounty Union's website to ask for the book's true appearance. After posting the mission, Seito browsed through the missions available to him at his current level. He also checked if there were any missions related to exorcism and exorcism. Then, he closed the mission terminal in his hand and put it away. "What were you doing just now?" Seito put away the mission terminal. Chen Shichen couldn't help but ask. "Looking for some information," Seito explained with a smile. "Oh." Chen Shichen, who didn't believe his explanation, pursed her lips and responded casually. "Dad, dinner is ready. Come out and eat." Half an hour later, Auntie Lu Xiaohua walked to Elder Chen's room and greeted him. Then, she turned to Seito and Chen Shichen and said, Shichen, it's time to eat." "Where's my dad?" Chen Shichen stood up from the sofa and asked. "Your dad just called. He said he had to go down to the station to check on the employees. He won't be back for dinner," Lu Xiaohua explained to Chen Shichen as she walked to the table. "You're back," Elder Chen, who walked out of the room, looked at Seito and said lightly. "Imagim," Seito responded politely. Elder Chen didn't say anything and walked to the main seat at the table. He sat down with Seito, Chen Shichen, and Lu Xiaohua, who sat down after him, and began to enjoy dinner together. The atmosphere during the meal was rather dull. Although Auntie Lu Xiaohua tried to make conversation to ease the atmosphere, under the influence of the silent Elder Chen, it was to no avail. She could only awkwardly finish her dinner. After dinner, Seito suddenly gave Shinchin a look and walked to the door. Mom, I'm going out with brother for a bit. Shinchin paused for a moment, then immediately understood. She quickly walked to the door. She shouted at Lu Xiaohua, who was washing the dishes in the kitchen. Got it. Remember to come back early, Lu Xiaohua's voice came from the kitchen. Got it, Shinchin replied as she put on her white fur-collared down jacket. Clack-bang! Accompanied by two sounds, Seito and Shinchin, who was wearing black pants, a white fur-collared down jacket, and white thermal boots, left the house together. Her long black hair was casually tied into a ponytail. Don't we need to prepare anything? Shinchin asked nervously as she looked at Seito in front of her. No need, I'm just bringing you to see what the magical beasts look like, not to fight, Seito replied without turning his head. Oh, Shinchin felt relieved when she heard that they were not going to fight. Then he silently followed behind Ito-sei, and walked out of the door of his house with him. They walked towards the corner of the neighborhood. Where are we going? Shinchin, who had no idea what they were going to do, asked once again. Okay, here it is, Seito said as he stopped at a dark corner of the neighborhood and looked around. He then called out to Shinchin, who looked nervous and scared, Come here, grab my arm. Oh, Shinchin obeyed and walked to Seito's side as she grabbed onto Seito's arm tightly. Seeing Shinchin grab onto Seito's arm, Seito looked around again. After confirming that there were no National Security Agency personnel around, Seito made a hand seal under Shinchin's gaze and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. He and Shinchin disappeared from the corner of the neighborhood and appeared at the outskirts of Kyoto, Japan, which had turned into a magical beast kingdom. Blurg. As soon as they appeared, Shinchin, who couldn't stand the spatial shift, retched with a pale face. Where is this? Seito's palm that was placed on her back was comforting her with energy. Shinchin, whose face had regained some color, looked around curiously and asked. Kyoto, Japan. Seito said calmly. Japan, Japan? You're saying that I'm in Japan right now? Shinchin turned her head to look at Seito and asked in shock. Yes, Seito confirmed. Then, without waiting for Shinchin to ask any more questions, he said, Follow me, I'll take you to see a real magical beast. After saying that, he strode forward. Shinchin's heart tightened when she heard that. She couldn't care less about why she suddenly came to Japan. She quickly caught up with Seito and followed him step by step into the distance. The two of them were now in the suburbs of Kyoto, surrounded by a well-protected forest. In the country of magical beasts, there were no modern products or lights. There were only a few flames in Kyoto, making it seem eerily quiet. Other than the special item that Seito left in her body, Shinchin, who was just a normal person, was extremely nervous and scared. She subconsciously reached out to grab Seito's arm and leaned her body towards him. Just like that, under Seito's lead, the two of them walked towards the source of the flames. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha! Just as the two of them were about to reach the source of the flames, a strange, owl-like laughter suddenly came. Shinchin was so scared that she quickly curled up in Seito's arms and closed her eyes, not daring to look at anything. That's great. That's great. I didn't think that after so long, I would be able to eat human liver again. The voice said loudly again. Ah! As soon as the voice finished speaking, a piercing scream echoed in the night sky. Shinchin was so scared that her body trembled again. She hugged Seito's body tightly and said in a trembling voice, Brother, let's go back, I don't want to see any more. Are you sure? Seito, who was holding Shinchin's waist with one hand, asked softly. Yes, let's go. Shinchin's head moved up and down on Seito's chest as she said. Okay, but you have to promise me that you won't come into contact with things like magical beasts in the future, okay? Seito's voice was filled with determination. Who the hell would want to come into contact with things like that? Chen Shichen said urgently with a pale face. Okay, let's go home. Sei Ito nodded and turned his head to look at the source of the chewing sounds and screams. He activated the Flying Thunder God and returned to the corner of the district with Chen Shichen. Chapter 901. P.S. Thanks to NXCX for the tip. That night, the frightened Chen Shichen couldn't sleep well. Her mind kept replaying that savage and terrifying laughter, as well as that blood-curdling scream that gave her goosebumps. It made her unable to sleep peacefully, or she would be woken up by nightmares in her half-asleep state. That was why Chen Shichen didn't have any energy the next day. She curled up in bed like she was sick. In fact, Sei Ito only needed to use a soothing talisman to solve this problem. However, in order to deepen Chen Shichen's memory so that she wouldn't forget the pain after the scar healed, Ito Sei didn't give her a talisman to protect her spirit. Instead, he let her experience the fear directly. Although he didn't know what the final result would be, he believed that Chen Shichen wouldn't want to come into contact with anything abnormal for a long time. In the next 2 days, Sei Ito went to the Great Merlin Library in the Magic Realm in the UK to secretly copy books and study with Ingrid, Betty, and Bella, the 3 mages that he hired. At night, he returned to the old Chen family in the stable to rest. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. Since Chen Yongli was only a deputy director without much power, he accompanied the director and other officials to complete the routine New Year's visit. After that, he returned home to celebrate New Year's with his family and Sei Ito. However, since Old Man Chen didn't do anything, Chen Yongli didn't want to do anything, and Sei Ito didn't let him do anything, and Chen Shichen didn't have the energy to do anything. Therefore, Lu Xiaohua was the only one in charge of the New Year's Eve meal. Fortunately, since Chen Yongli became the deputy director, she was used to it. Besides, this time, there was only one more person, Ito Sei. So, she was able to fool them and didn't seem to be too busy. During this time, Wang Shui and Lu Sisi, who were Chen Shichen's best friends, called her to go out and have fun. However, they were all rejected by Chen Shichen, who still hadn't fully recovered. She wanted to stay at home and celebrate the New Year peacefully. 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. Bang 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 bang, crackle crackle. Accompanied by the countdown of the host of the Spring Festival Gala on TV, the sky outside the window suddenly flashed with colorful fireworks. At the same time, a chaotic explosion came from outside the window. Happy New Year! Sei Ito said to Grandpa Chen, Chen Yongli, Lu Xiaohua, and Chen Shichen. Here, your red packet. Elder Chen took out 2 red packets that he had prepared beforehand and gave them to Sei Ito and Chen Shichen, who had come to wish him a happy New Year. Thank you, Grandpa, Sei Ito and Chen Shichen said in unison. The old man's eyes darkened when he still couldn't hear Sei Ito call him Grandpa. He picked up the wine cup on the table and took a sip. This is for you from your uncle and me, he continued. Lu Xiaohua also took out a red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Sei Ito. Thank you, Sei Ito said gratefully. This is for you, remember to take good care of it. Then, Sei Ito pretended to take out a jade Buddha pendant with a thin red string from his pocket and handed it to Chen Shichen, who had said Happy New Year to him. Thank you, brother. Chen Shichen knew that Ito Mori's gift would not be simple, so she quickly thanked him. She then lowered her head and wore the jade Buddha pendant around her neck. She then stuffed the jade statue into her clothes. In an instant, a cool aura suddenly came from the jade pendant around her neck and spread throughout Chen Shichen's body. She was still a little dispirited, but she quickly regained her energy. This jade Buddha pendant was an ordinary jade pendant that Sei Ito had bought at Wang Fujing for 800 yuan. Naturally, it did not have the ability to lift one's energy. However, after Sei Ito bought it and engraved it with the Taoist heart-cleansing talisman and exorcism talisman on it, that was why it was given such an ability. In other words, after Sei Ito's modification, the Jade Buddha pendant became a Taoist consecration talisman of the lowest grade. Of course, Sei Ito could not modify the Jade Buddha pendant to a higher grade, but it was not suitable for Chun Shichen, who already had the life-saving talisman in her body. Moreover, to let a normal girl carry such a high-grade talisman, it would be extremely dangerous. Instead, this type of consecration talisman that only had the ability to cleanse the heart and exorcise evil was more suitable for families with connections like Baiyun Temple. After finishing the New Year greetings, Sei Ito and the Chun family picked up their chopsticks again. They began to enjoy the celery pork dumplings in front of them. The familiar taste immediately conquered Sei Ito's taste bud. He could not help but move his hands, and it did not take long for him to clean up the plate of dumplings in front of him. Seeing Sei Ito's table manners, Lu Xiaohua felt that her cooking skills were recognized, and her smile became even wider. She quickly placed another plate of dumplings on top of the already empty plate and added more for Sei Ito. They ate the familiar celery pork dumplings just like that. Watching the New Year's gala on TV that was not very attractive anymore, Sei Ito spent his first China New Year since he was reborn in this world. Shichen, take your brother to the temple fair later. The next day, which was the first day of the first lunar month, Lu Xiaohua walked out of her room. Lu Xiaohua said to Chun Shichen, who was walking out of the bedroom. Then, without waiting for Chun Shichen to speak, she turned to Ito Sei and said with a smile, Shichen, go to the temple fair to offer incense and pray for blessings. I believe you will have good luck for a year. Okay. Sei Ito readily agreed. Other than the most basic activities, the Baiyun Temple Fair also had all kinds of old Beijing snacks. Therefore, after Chun Shichen and Sei Ito ate a few dumplings to fill their stomachs, they walked out of the house on an empty stomach. They stopped a taxi at the entrance of the neighborhood and headed to Baiyun Temple Street 9, which was near the Public Security University of Public Security. The Baiyun Temple Fair was indeed one of the largest temple fairs in Beijing. Before the car arrived, the surrounding traffic had already become congested, and the crowd was like a tide. Seeing this, Sei Ito took the initiative to pay the fare and got out of the taxi with Chun Shichen. They walked into the temple together with the crowd. Along the way, if the two saw any special snacks that they wanted to eat, they would stop by the stalls and spend money to buy mutton skewers, soy milk, pancakes, fried lamb, xiaolong bao, and other food to fill their empty stomach. However, there were too many snacks along the way. Halfway through, their stomachs were almost full. They could only hold a stick of bright red sugar-coated haws in each hand and nibble on them as they walked towards the temple. He didn't know if it was because he and Chun Shichen didn't dress like rich people, or if the thieves on the first day of the new year were more tactful and didn't look like filial children, but in such a crowded crowd, they didn't encounter any of the thieves on the streets and successfully entered Baiyun Taoist Temple. Since they had entered the temple, even if Sei Ito was a special person who evolved like a deity, they did not mind going in to pay their respects. They treated it as paying their respects to a senior on the path of cultivation. Therefore, Sei Ito and Chun Shichen followed the crowd to a stall that sold large incense rolls. They took out 100 yuan and bought a large handful of incense. They each held a few incense sticks and walked into the temple. When they passed by the 8-dragon incense burner, they lit the incense sticks in their hands and inserted them into the burner. Although there were many people, the place was still orderly. After waiting for a while, Sei Ito and Chun Shichen entered the temple and paid their respects to the mysterious god in the temple. However, after paying their respects to the god, Sei Ito did not leave immediately. Instead, he held Chun Shichen's hand and walked towards the Taoist priest on duty. Taoist priest. Sei Ito greeted the Taoist priest. Good faith. The Taoist priest returned the greeting. Taoist priest, may I ask if you can meet the temple master? Sei Ito asked. I'm sorry, good faith. The temple master has been invited by someone and is not in the temple. Please forgive him. The Taoist priest replied. I see. Seito frowned and nodded. Then, he asked again, if I want to read the Orthodox Taoist canon in your temple, who do I need to ask for permission? The so-called Orthodox Taoist canon did not represent the Orthodox Taoist canon. It was the Taoist canon that was cultivated during the Ming dynasty. Including the Wanli continuation of the Taoist canon, there were a total of 5,485 volumes of Taoist canon in the entire Baiyun Temple. If you want to read the Taoist canon, good faith, you can come to my temple to attend the Taoist canon auction from the 1st to the 7th day of the 6th lunar month. The Taoist priest bowed and replied, Can't I do it now? Seito frowned and asked, If you want to read the Taoist canon, you need to get permission from the pavilion master or have a reading permit issued by the Taoist Association. The Taoist priest replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Then forget it. Seito shook his head. Then, he walked away from the Taoist priest with Chen Shichen and walked out of Baiyun Temple. Since it was so troublesome to even ask for the Taoist canon, there was no way he could enter the ancestral hall to peek at the Taoist canon and Infu Sutra inscribed on the walls. Thus, Seito decisively gave up on his plan and continued to walk around the temple fair with Chen Shichen. As for the 5,485 volumes of the Orthodox Taoist canon and the Wanli continuation of the Taoist canon, he could just go through the normal channels and read them in the National Library's ancient book hall. However, there would be a lot of complicated procedures and it might not even be approved. After walking around the crowded temple fair for a few more hours, Seito finally left Baiyun Temple Street with a satisfied Chen Shichen. They took a taxi back to the neighborhood where old Chen's family lived. However, the moment he and Chen Shichen stepped out of the taxi, Seito's phone suddenly rang from his pocket. You go in first. Seito frowned when he took out his phone and saw that there was no caller ID. He pressed the answer button and put the phone aside as he spoke to Chen Shichen beside him. Chapter 902. Hello, Seito said as he watched Chen Shichen leave. I'm Yang Wei from the Special Task Force. Yang Wei, who had met Chen Shichen a few times before, replied. Captain Yang? What's the matter? Seito was stunned at first, then frowned and asked in a deep voice. Recently, our Special Task Force has been receiving a lot of requests to enter the country to arrest criminals, and these requests are all from the Vatican. Yang Wei said in a serious tone, although we rejected them with the reason that China is currently celebrating a festival, and to ensure that there are no unnecessary and widespread effects, this kind of thing can't last long. Moreover, the Vatican has also sent a group of 20 people to enter our country in the name of religious exchange through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I believe I don't need to tell you the real purpose of this. I understand. After tomorrow, I will leave China, Seito said with a gloomy face. I understand. We will do our best to help you with the aftermath. Yang Wei let out a sigh of relief and promised in a relaxed tone. With the power of the Special Task Force, Seito believed that the group of Vatican personnel who entered China would not be able to find any information about him, so he did not say anything more and hung up the phone. It seems that I won't be able to see the Taoist scriptures. Seito sighed softly, then recomposed himself and returned to old Chen's house with a relaxed expression. He spent the first day of the new year peacefully there. The second day of the new year was the traditional day of the return of married women in China. Therefore, on this morning, Seito's aunt Chen Yongxia, her husband Li Hongwen, and their love child Li Weiqi appeared at old Chen's house. His uncle, Li Hongwen, was from the northeast, so he was different from his scholarly name. He was very tall and his height was about 1.85 meters. His body was well built. He was wearing a light gray jacket, black trousers and a square face. Perhaps due to his profession as a physics professor at a university, His expression was kind with a hint of sternness. He was in his 40s, almost in his 50s, but his short hair was still black without any white. His cousin, Li Weiqi, might have been born in Beijing. He also grew up in Beijing, so he had the unique aura of a child who grew up in Beijing's alleys. He was about the same height as his father, about 1.85 meters. He was slightly skinny, wearing a set of black trousers, white shirt, and a sweater. He had a round face and fair skin. She was about 22 or 23 years old and had soft, short hair that was parted to the side. This is Yongda's son I told you about before. Chen introduced her husband and son to Sei Ito. She then introduced her husband and son to Sei Ito. This is your uncle's uncle, a professor. He is a professor at university. This is your cousin, Li Weiqi. He is a senior student. Happy New Year, Sei Ito greeted the two politely. Although Sei Ito greeted them politely, his attitude of not greeting them made Li Hongwen and Li Weiqi frown. They turned to look at Chen Yongxia. Sai Shiqing is like this. He hasn't greeted anyone since he entered this house. I guess he can only greet people in the future. Chen Yongxia didn't know if she was complaining or not, but she explained to her husband and son who was listening next to her. Come. This is a red packet for you. Chen Yongxia then took out a red packet from her pocket and handed it to Sei Ito. Thank you. Sei Ito thanked her as he reached out to take the red packet. At this time, Li Hongwen, who heard Chen Yongxia's explanation, didn't say anything else. After saying a few words to Sei Ito, he and his wife, Chen Yongxia, went to visit the old man, Chen Xingqing, to say some New Year greetings. From Japan. Seeing Li Hongwen and Chen Yongxia leave, Li Weiqi looked up and down at Sei Ito with a strange expression and said frivolously, Yes. Sei Ito, whose age couldn't be calculated according to the norm, didn't care about Li Weiqi's slightly provocative words. He nodded and replied with a flat face. I heard that the women there are very open-minded, right? Li Weiqi showed an expression that all men understood ambiguously. That will depend on your ability. If you have enough ability, naturally, you will be open-minded. If you don't have enough ability, hee. Sei Ito looked up and down at Li Weiqi and shook his head with a chuckle. TCA. I really don't like those ugly melons and jujubes in Japan. Li Weiqi's expression was full of disdain. Then Li Weiqi walked to the sofa and sat down. He reached out and took an apple from the fruit plate on the coffee table in front of him and put it into his mouth. While chewing the fruit in his mouth, he leaned back on the sofa and looked at Sei Ito, who had also just sat down, and said, What does your family do in Japan? Preside over the shrine. Sei Ito reached out and took an orange from the fruit plate and slowly opened it. Shrine? Are there any shamans? Li Weiqi's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked curiously. Yes. Sei Ito glanced at Li Weiqi and replied. There really is one. How is it? Is it beautiful? Li Weiqi lifted his butt and moved his body to Sei Ito's side and asked. Are you interested? Sei Ito looked at Li Weiqi with a smile that wasn't a smile. Of course. Li Weiqi raised his eyebrows and said. That shrine is my family's ancestral shrine, so the one who serves as the shrines which is also a female member of my family. In other words, they are all your relatives. The oldest one is my mother, so you have to call her aunt. The second one is my eldest sister, so you have to call her cousin. And the youngest one, you have to call her cousin. Sei Ito's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as he explained softly. Li Weiqi's expression flashed with a hint of awkwardness when he heard this. He lifted his butt and moved back to his original position and started eating the apple there. Brother, just then, Chen Shichen walked out of the bedroom and into the living room and greeted Sei Ito. Then she turned her head and looked at Li Weiqi, who was sitting on the side, and said, You came here with Big Aunt? Yes. Li Weiqi nodded and replied. Then he continued with a slightly unhappy expression, I say, Shichen, isn't the difference in treatment too obvious? Other than when you called me brother when we were young, it seems like you haven't called me brother since you started elementary school. You've always just called me Liweichi, Liweichi. Am I that disliked by you? Then why don't you think about who was the one who took me out to play when we were young, got into trouble, and left me alone and ran away first? Chun Shichen, who was sitting beside Sei Ito, rolled her eyes and said, You expect me to call you brother when you're like this? Go and daydream. Isn't that because I wanted to go back and get help? Don't forget that I was the one who found you when you ran away. Liweichi, who was exposed in front of Sei Ito, who was considered half an outsider, smiled awkwardly. Then why don't you tell me how I got lost that time? I vaguely remember that it was someone who abandoned me to play games. Chun Shichen looked at Liweichi with disdain as she spoke. Forget it, forget it. Old grandma, please let me go. My mouth stinks. Just take what I said as a fart. Liweichi's expression became more and more awkward. He quickly raised his hands and begged, as if he was surrendering. Humph. Although she didn't call him brother, Chun Shichen still respected Liweichi. Therefore, when she saw him begging, she snorted and let the matter go. With Chun Shichen around, Liweichi didn't dare to ask Sei Ito about random things. He chatted casually with Chun Shichen and sat there silently, watching the special programs during the Chinese New Year on TV. A few hours later, the dinner prepared by Big Aunt Chen Yongxia and Big Aunt Lu Xiaohua was placed on the dining table. They invited Grandpa Chen, who was sitting at the side, Chen Yongli and Li Hongwen, who were chatting, and Sei Ito, Chun Shichen, and Liweichi, who were staring blankly at the TV, to the dining table. It was a true reunion dinner. At the dining table, Chen Yongli and Li Hongwen accompanied Grandpa Chen to drink white wine. Chen Yongxia and Lu Xiaohua accompanied Chun Shichen to drink coke. Liweichi went to Sei Ito, who didn't drink anything, and forced him to drink beer. Under the persuasion of Lu Xiaohua, Chen Yongxia, Chen Yongli, Li Hongwen, and Grandpa Chen, Sei Ito had no choice but to let go and drink beer with Liweichi. However, how could someone whose body had evolved to such a level be affected by alcohol? Therefore, after 5 bottles of beer, Liweichi's cheeks turned red and his eyes stared blankly as he entered a drunken state. Seeing this, Chen Yongxia, who was worried about her son, quickly stopped Liweichi from drinking. She told him to eat a few more mouthfuls to suppress the alcohol. However, because of Liweichi's nonsense, the atmosphere at the dining table was very lively. It wasn't as dull as before and during the Chinese New Year. It wasn't until an hour later that the family finally ended the dinner. Then, the adults and children gathered together to play poker and mahjong, enjoying the happy atmosphere of a family reunion. After another 2 to 3 hours, seeing that it was really late, everyone stopped what they were doing and went to the entrance to say goodbye to each other. Something happened in Japan and I need to go back quickly. So, I'll be leaving early tomorrow morning. After a while, when only Grandpa Chen, Chen Yongli, Lu Xiaohua, Chun Shichen, and Sei Ito were left in the room, Sei Ito spoke to everyone. Can't you let someone else handle it? Lu Xiaohua quickly asked when she saw her husband and father-in-law frowning. No, I have to go. Sei Ito shook his head. Forget it, business is more important. That's it. Grandpa Chen's tone was firm and firm. Then, he stood up from his seat with an unhappy expression and returned to his bedroom. Chapter 903. P.S. After searching for a long time, I couldn't find a particularly good translation of the full text of the Book of Law. I can only add some special passages to describe it. Thank you to Zhang Xiaozhong, Saint, Rui Hui, and Old Ma's Sky for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato and Nickfanny for their tip. The next day, which was the morning of the 3rd day of Chinese New Year, after having lunch with the old Chen family, He simply said goodbye to Old Man Chen, Chen Yongli, Lu Xiaohua, and Chen Shichen before leaving the old Chen family alone. Then, under the escort of Yang Wei, he took a plane back to Tokyo, Japan. He returned to his home at the shrine in Akaruno, Tokyo. However, Sei-Ito didn't stay at home for long. Instead, he used feng shui and the underground spirit wheat to set up 3 layers of protective enchantments around the mountain. After that, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to enter the United Kingdom. While he entered the Devil's Realm to continue to secretly copy books, he waited for the latest results from the Bounty Union. Fortunately, although the 3 books were difficult to find, there were all kinds of masters in the Bounty Union. Therefore, after waiting for more than 10 days, Sei-Ito finally received the Book of Law and Magic Theory and Practice, 2 books compiled by Aleister Crowley, for a price of $13 million. As for the other book, Equinox of Spring and Autumn, the person who submitted the mission said that it would take a while to obtain it. Sei-Ito wasn't in a hurry, so after replying that he was willing to wait, he entered the Devil's Realm through the secret entrance. He used the money he earned from the bounty mission to read the 2 books that he already obtained. Out of curiosity, the first book Ito-sei read was the Book of Law that Aleister Crowley and his new wife, Rose, wrote according to the wisdom guardian angel Edworth, who possessed his wife's body during their travels in Egypt. It was the Book of Law, also known as the Book of Curses. There wasn't much content in the Book of Law. When converted into Chinese characters, it was less than 200,000 characters. No matter how carefully Sei-Ito read it word by word, it only took him 2 hours to finish it. What an unexpected and inexplicable thing! Egypt's sky god Nut, his minister Iwos, mortal body and soul, mysterious light, women, the sun, the moon, and so on. Just these alone created a new world. Isn't it a little far-fetched? Ito-sei gently closed the Book of Law with both hands. He thought to himself as he recalled the contents of the book he had just read. However, based on what I've read so far, I can understand why Aleister Crowley would abolish the magic ritual and create magic. After a while, Ito-sei let out a sigh and put the Book of Law aside. He muttered to himself. Then, he moved his hand slightly and picked up the book titled Magic, Theory and Practice. He lowered his head and carefully browsed through it. Magic, Theory and Practice mainly talked about what magic was, how to learn magic, and how to use magic. At the same time, there were some personal things that Aleister Crowley had put in the book, which were his personal thoughts and so on. In terms of word count, it was much more than the Book of Law. When converted into Chinese characters, it was at least 300,000 to 400,000 characters. It was very rich, but in terms of profoundness, it was completely inferior to the Book of Law, which was full of metaphors. After a few hours, Sei-Ito finally finished browsing the Book of Magic, Theory and Practice, which contained some sexual magic theories. Seems like I thought of something interesting. Sei-Ito gently closed the book with both hands and a strange smile appeared on his face. Perhaps before I bring my family to the next new world, I can go to that world and stay there for a while. But before that, I should let Asola take a look at this 3-dimensional Book of Law. Maybe she can find something interesting. So thought Shien. Sei-Ito immediately put away the Book of Law and Magic, Theory and Practice, then entered the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in Asola's room. But because Shien was too engrossed in reading, he didn't notice the time at all. The moment he appeared in Asola's room, he saw Asola, who had just taken off her clothes and was about to go to bed naked. Sei-Ito looked at her with a stunned expression. Asola, who had one leg bent and both arms supporting her on the bed at the same time, leaned forward and exposed her private parts to Shien. "Ah, it's Lord." Asola, who suddenly heard the sound, turned her head to the back with a puzzled expression. Then, she got up from the bed with a surprised expression. She stood naked on the ground and called out to Sei-Ito. You are really unexpectedly good at doing perverted things. Itose shook his head slightly and sighed with a little speechlessness. If Lord wants, I can do it any time. Asola didn't panic, and stretched out one arm in front of her chest while the other hand covered the exposed part of her body. She looked at Ito with a gentle expression and said softly, Forget it. We can get to know each other better in the future. Ito pondered for 2 to 3 seconds and shook his head. Okay. Asola's cheeks blushed and her expression became even gentler as she replied softly. Then, she reached out and pulled the white bedsheet beside her to cover her body. She looked up at Ito again. Although it was a cover, it was only the front of her body that was covered by the bedsheet. Her 2 sides and her entire back were still completely exposed to the air. Her half-covered face made Asola even more alluring than before. Come and help me take a look at this book. Ito walked slowly to the low table beside the bed, turned his hand, and took out the Book of Law and handed it to Asola. The Book of the Law? Asola used the blanket in her hand to cover her naked body. She took the book and looked at the English words on the cover of the book as she read aloud. The Book of Law? Asola looked up at Ito again with a shocked expression. Yes, it's the Book of Law. But it's not the Book of Law in your world, it's the Book of Law in another world. It's the Book of Law compiled by a person named Alesta Crowley according to the content dictated by Angel Iwa. Ito looked at Asola and nodded slightly, and explained in an affirmative tone. But unlike the Book of Law in your world, this book doesn't use so many ciphers to write it. Instead, it directly shows the real content to the world. But even so, there are still a lot of metaphors and ciphers in this book, which ordinary people can't understand. Ito continued. It just so happens that you're proficient in the Book of Law. Maybe you can combine the knowledge of the 2 worlds and read something different. With Ito's statement, Asola's expression changed from the initial shock to a serious expression, and then after Ito finished his statement, she looked down at the Book of Law in her hand with a solemn face. She didn't even care that the bedsheet that covered her body fell to the ground because of the movement of her hands, letting her curvaceous body appear in front of Ito's eyes. Seeing that, Ito released his telekinesis, turned it into a tentacle, picked up the bedsheet on the ground, and wrapped it around Asola's body like a bath towel, covering her exposed body again. Compared to Ito's browsing speed, Asola's reading speed was much slower. Asola's reading speed was even slower and more serious. Sometimes, she would even frown and ponder over the hidden meaning of a passage for a few minutes or even a dozen minutes. She would only move on to the next passage after she was sure that she understood it completely. Seeing that, Ito knew that Asola wouldn't finish reading it in a short time. Asola, it's already very late, you should rest first, and continue reading tomorrow. Ito stood up from the bed, stretched out his hand, and took the Book of Law from Asola's hand, and looked at Asola, who was looking at him with a stunned face. Okay, Asola said with a gentle smile on her face, then turned around and walked to the bed. It was just that the confused Asola didn't notice what she was wearing at all, so after taking a step, she immediately stepped on the bed sheet and fell to the side. Ito immediately stretched out his hands. He held Asola's body in his arms to prevent her from falling. But at that moment, the bedsheet wrapped around Asola's body once again fell off her body, exposing her curvaceous body to the air. I'm sorry, sir. Asola, who gently put her hands on Ito's chest, apologized softly. You. Ito sighed helplessly, then suddenly leaned over, picked her up, and walked to the bed. He gently put Asola back on the bed. Then he stretched out his hand, grabbed the bedsheet that automatically flew into his hand, and covered Asola's body. Good night. Ito leaned over and kissed Asola's forehead and said with a smile. Good night, sir. Asola said softly with blushing cheeks. Then Ito straightened up. Razan put the book of law in his hand on Asola's bed and disappeared in an instant under her gaze. The next moment, Ito-sei's figure appeared above the ice continent floating in the Rubik's Cube world. He looked down at the members of the Roman Orthodox Church who were dispirited, hungry, and ferocious. His followers are already starving to such an extent, yet Bishop Biagio is still enjoying the food for himself. Such behavior is truly repulsive. Sei Ito, who used the Rubik's Cube world to see the situation inside the ice ship, muttered to himself inexplicably, "Then I'll help you add fuel to the fire." With that said, Sei Ito unfolded his spiritual power, shrouded the entire ice continent under the buff of the Rubik's Cube world, and then used hypnosis and illusion on the male members of the Roman Orthodox Church, making them view the comrades around them as delicious food or playthings to vent their sexual desires. However, Sei Ito did not directly change a person's consciousness, but subtly magnified their desires, leading them to do terrible evil. But even so, 2 or 3 Roman Orthodox Church warriors who did not have a strong will, or who had been living a good life in the church, attacked their fellow church members with bloodshot eyes. The attacked church members, who did not expect that their former companions would fight with swords, were immediately seriously injured and lying on the ground. Looking at the blood trickling out of the injured church member, the attacker was like a beast that had lost its humanity. He pounced on the injured church member, opened his mouth, and sucked on the wound of the church member. An expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. Without Sei Ito's hypnotic guidance in advance, this person who dared to attack his companions would inevitably be attacked by other church members, and then die. But with Sei Ito's hypnotic guidance, this man's behavior was like a fuse, immediately stimulating the hypnotized male combatants. Several of them, who were on the verge of collapse, immediately wielded their weapons and attacked the people around them. After seeing the viciousness of their companions, although they wanted to do the same in their hearts, the male combatants who still maintained a righteous face on the surface were all vigilant against the members around them. Therefore, the moment those men attacked, they reacted and fought with the other party with their spiritual equipment. Tyrannical emotions were contagious, especially in this situation where the public's consciousness was influenced. The battles in these places were like sparks thrown into gasoline, causing all the male combatants to go crazy. They desperately attacked the people around them, wanting to get the flesh and blood of the other party to fill their stomach. Sei Ito also increased the temptation of lust when he was guiding them. However, before the priority of survival was to eat, everything else was put aside. Only after eating would they think about lust. Otherwise, why would the old saying go, "When one is full and warm, one will think of lust"? Seeing the crazy performance of the male combatants, the female combat nuns were all vigilant. They each held their spiritual equipment and looked at their companions with vigilance. They were on guard against them attacking them like the male combatants. This situation was a true reflection of what Asola had said to Agnes and the others before. Others fight with their trust in their comrades, but the Orthodox Church of Rome fights with their doubts. This was the sorrow of the members of the Orthodox Church of Rome. They didn't even have a single trustworthy comrade in the same unit. At the very least, Agnes, Angelina and Sister Lucia trusted each other very much. Under such circumstances, they didn't leave each other's side. They all held their spiritual equipment and were vigilant against the other members. "Lord, have you really abandoned us?" Agnes, who was protected by Angelina and Sister Lucia in the middle, put her hands together and whispered to herself with a pious expression, "If not, please guide us out of this hell." But no matter how she prayed, the hideous and ferocious appearance of the male combatants didn't change at all. Instead, they became more violent and cruel under the stimulation of their companions' blood. Chapter 904. The entire riot lasted for more than an hour before it ended with the death of more than 2/3 of the male combatants. Subsequently, The surviving combatants were like wild beasts as they moved their killed companions in front of them and sat cross-legged on the ground. While vigilantly watching the surrounding people snatching, they put their companions' flesh into their mouths like primitive people and chewed it as if it was a delicacy. In an instant, a bone-chilling chewing sound reverberated throughout the entire ice continent. "Lord, save me, please take me away from here." Some of the weaker combatant nuns were pale as they knelt on the ground while trembling. They put their palms together and looked up at the sky as they begged with a sobbing tone. In the end, he's a man of faith. Even in this environment, he won't have a mental breakdown. It seems that the object of faith has its merit. Ito Sejin, who was quietly watching the tragedy that he had caused, thought, "Those who believe in me, I will redeem them." Subsequently, Sei Ito's spirit shifted as he used the willpower energy to transmit these words into the hearts of every combatant nuns. "Lord! It's the voice of the Lord." Suddenly hearing the voice from the bottom of their hearts, dozens of combatant nuns, who were on the verge of a nervous breakdown, immediately cried out in surprise. Similarly hearing the voice from the bottom of their hearts, the other combatant nuns who didn't dare to believe it immediately revealed ecstatic expressions as they put their palms together and prayed devoutly in front of their chests. "I am not thy Lord, I am the Lord of this world. Those who believe in me, I will redeem them." However, in the next moment, Sei Ito's purposely dignified voice once again transmitted into the hearts of the combatant nuns, as if a basin of cold water was poured over them. Hearing this, the combatant nuns who were ecstatic a moment ago all had a change in expression as their expressions were filled with despair. However, not all of the combatant nuns had that kind of despair on their faces. There were also a few combatant nuns who were frowning as their expressions kept changing as they hesitated. Sei Ito wasn't in a hurry as he once again said in the hearts of the combatant nuns, "Those who believe in me, I will redeem them. Serve as redemption." After that, she fell silent again, quietly watching the combat nuns below. This silence lasted for over an hour. During this period, not a single word was transmitted into the hearts of the combat nuns. With this 1-hour buffer, the male combatants finally filled their stomachs with the corpses of their companions that they had personally killed. Their thoughts began to transform from gluttony to lust. One by one, they stood up from the ground. With a lustful gaze, he looked at the combat nuns who were gathered together and then scattered. Step by step, he walked towards them. "Stop. If you take another step forward, don't blame us for being impolite." Although she didn't know what the light in the male combatant's eyes meant, she instinctively had a bad feeling. She didn't want them to get close, so she quickly clenched the lotus staff. That was made in the image of the 5 elements, fire. With a stern expression, he shouted at the approaching male combatant. "Yeah, Sister Yanis, they're so scary." The youngest and weak-natured Sister Angelina held 2 small pouches that were filled with a large amount of colorful coins. They contained the meaning of Matthew's gold pouch, one of the 12 apostles. She whispered, "Get ready, Sister Angelina." Beside the short Angelina, the big-breasted nun Lucia, who had a strict personality and was obsessed with mental cleanliness, grabbed the spiritual equipment made based on the legend of St. Catherine's wheel, the explosive wheel, and sternly said as she grabbed the spiritual equipment made based on the legend of St. Catherine's wheel. "Yes, yes," Angelina hurriedly replied. Under the encouragement of Sister Yanis, Angelina, and Sister Lucia, the combatant nuns who didn't want to suffer the same fate as the male combatants also grabbed the spiritual equipment with various religious meanings in their hands. They looked at the group of approaching male combatants with vigilant expressions. However, under the guidance of Sei Ito's mental power, the male combatants who had already been controlled by lust, one of the 7 deadly sins, didn't care about the warnings of these combatant nuns who were sinners in their minds and could be used as they pleased. They still walked towards them with lustful gazes. Clang! At this moment, Yanis, who was holding the lotus staff, knocked it on the ground. With the sound of the lotus staff hitting the ice, An invisible attack immediately fell on one of the male combatants closest to her. It sent him flying like a cannonball. "Stop immediately, or be prepared to receive my wrath." Yanis looked at the male combatants and sternly shouted. Yanis's intentions were good, but the violent emotions in the hearts of the male combatants, who had long been killing their companions and devouring the corpses of their church members to satisfy their hunger, were aroused by her attack. Each of them picked up their weapons with a ferocious expression and attacked Yanis and the surrounding combatant nuns. Under their instincts to protect themselves, the combatant nuns immediately launched a counterattack. This caused the slaughter that had just stopped on the continent of ice to resume once again. All kinds of spiritual equipment filled with religious meaning shot out one attack after another, flying towards their companions who originally belonged to the same church. "Think like me, believe in me, and you will be redeemed." The moment the battle began, Sei Ito's voice and image automatically appeared in the hearts of the combatant nuns again, announcing in a solemn voice, "It's actually you, you heretic," Yanis said loudly with a face full of anger as she recalled the image that suddenly appeared in her mind. "I can take this as blasphemy." Sei Ito's frivolous voice sounded in Yanis's heart. "Heretic! Heretic! Heretic! You heretic! You will be judged by my lord in the future." Yanis shouted angrily again. "I have the same status as your lord. His judgment will not fall on me." Sei Ito replied indifferently. After saying that, he ignored Yanis, who was shouting loudly, and silently waited for the appearance of the first convert. Soon, a combatant nun who was about to die under the attack of a male combatant shouted in her heart, unwilling to accept this, "I am willing to believe in you. Please let me leave this hell." As soon as her voice fell, a light barrier emitting a faint golden light that seemed to be able to give people a warm feeling suddenly fell from the sky, enveloping the combatant nun who was about to die with just one attack. It blocked the last attack outside the light barrier, and began to heal the wounds on the combatant nun within the light barrier. "Believe in me, and you will be redeemed." Sei Ito's voice echoed in the void for the first time. Then, with a thought, he extracted a strand of willpower from the combatant nun who had converted, turning it into a tangible light spot. It followed the faint golden light pillar that enveloped her body and rose into the sky, entering the willpower energy cluster in the void, thoroughly accepting her existence and everything else. At the same time, an indescribable thought appeared in the combatant nun's heart, causing her to be even more loyal to Sei Ito. Such an obvious phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of many combatant nuns, especially when Sei Ito said, "Believe in me, and you will be redeemed." And under the influence of the light spot that rose into the sky, several combatant nuns were immediately shaken. Afterwards, they silently imagined Sei Ito's image in their hearts and spoke of converting. Since there were people who had converted, Sei Ito would naturally accept them. Then, several light pillars that emitted a faint golden light and a warm feeling shone down from the void, enveloping the combatant nuns. While blocking the attacks and healing their wounds, he extracted willpower and turned it into tangible light spots that were thrown into the willpower energy cluster to register them for reincarnation. Sei Ito first led the male combatants to stage a scene of hell, then used their hands to put the combatant nuns in a life and death crisis, and finally appeared in the image of a savior and God to give them salvation. Under the 3 consecutive attacks of Sei Ito, many combatant nuns who had fallen into despair but couldn't obtain salvation from the Lord changed their faith and joined Sei Ito. However, not all combatant nuns were like that. There were still many combatant nuns who were firm in their faith. Even when they were about to die, they didn't ask for help from Sei Ito. However, Ito-sei didn't want to waste the resources of these combat nuns, so he wouldn't let them die like this. When they were about to die, he would make them fall into a coma, and then secretly send a bit of power to these combat nuns to keep them alive. At the same time, He would use his mind to guide the male combatants to find other combat nuns. Just like that, the battle lasted for more than 40 minutes. The male combatant nuns had no choice but to suppress their beastly instincts and return to their original positions with their bodies riddled with scars. As for their companions who died in the battle, they only glanced at them and didn't have the slightest intention of dragging them back. After the battle ended, out of a total of 250 combatant nuns, nearly 50 of them had converted to Ito's believers. As for the remaining 200, apart from nearly 150 of them who were heavily injured and unconscious, as well as those whose hearts were wavering but hadn't found the opportunity to convert, the rest were all people with firm wills and weren't willing to change their faith. You are my people, you deserve to have food in your bellies. You are my people, you deserve to have water to quench your thirst. You are my people, you deserve to have clean bodies. You are my people, you deserve to live in peace. You are my people, you deserve to have my protection. At this moment, Ito's sonorous voice once again reverberated in the sky of the ice continent. At the same time, not only did those combatant nuns who had converted receive piping hot food and cool spring water, but there were also houses made of ice that appeared around them. Furthermore, their nun clothes that had been remade appeared on their clean and refreshed bodies. Chapter 905. Thank you, Lord, for your grace. After experiencing the changes in their surroundings, the combat nuns knelt on the ground and clasped their hands together in front of their chests. I am not an evil god, and I lead all the lambs with kindness. I allow you to share my grace with those who believe in me. Ito's loud voice echoed in the sky. Those who believe in me, think of me in your heart, and dedicate your body and mind to me. Ito said to everyone again. As soon as he said this, more than 10 combat nuns who had just witnessed the miraculous changes in their hearts began to think of Ito's image and prayed that they would follow him. Ito naturally did not refuse them. He cast several light beams that emitted a faint golden luster and a sense of warmth onto the combat nuns. He healed their injuries, cleaned their filthy bodies, repaired their tattered robes, and provided them with food, water, shelter, and basic protection. Then, he extracted their willpower and injected it into the willpower of the Rubik's Cube world, allowing their reincarnation system to return to the Rubik's Cube. I grant you the right to graze, spread my glory, and let more lambs fall under my glory. At this time, Ito-se spoke again. We will not disappoint you, Lord. The combat nuns who had changed their faith said in a loud voice with a firm look on their faces. Forget it. After they convert all the combat nuns to my followers, I will let Asola be their pope. As for the angels, let's wait and see if there is a suitable technique in the future. After thinking about this, Ito no longer paid attention to the combat nuns who were enjoying the food he had bestowed upon them. He flashed and appeared in Zawaya's house. He took off his clothes and crawled into Mayo's bed. She was only wearing a bathrobe, but her clothes were messy because she had turned over in her sleep. When she was awakened by his actions, he opened his mouth and kissed her passionately. You bastard, what are you doing here? Mayo, who had separated from Ito slightly, gasped for breath as he looked at Ito, who was right in front of him. Ito gently stroked Zhenye's cheek and apologized with a wry smile. I'm sorry. I originally wanted to leave a shadow clone here to accompany you, but later I thought that it would be too easy for Yi to discover it, so I gave up. I'm sorry. Even though she knew that Ito was telling the truth, she still couldn't help but snort. However, Zhenye's heart was still filled with resentment. He turned his head away unhappily and let out a cold snort. The night is long. Let me accompany you today. Ito chuckled as he looked down at Zhenye. Then, he kissed Zhenye's lips again and stuck out his tongue to entangle with hers. At the same time, Ito's right hand was not idle. He groped around Zhenye's warm and slippery body. Under Sei Ito's guidance, Zhenyi quickly entered the zone and couldn't help but gently twist her body. Seeing that it was about time, Sei Ito straightened his waist and stabbed himself and his precious weapon into a warm and moist place. Zhenyi, who suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, hugged Sei Ito's neck tightly and raised her waist slightly, taking the initiative to cater to him. Just like that. With the two's active cooperation, Sei Ito and Zhenyi began to wholeheartedly explore the great path of human relations. They carried out a night martial arts practice that had been passed down for thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of years. Soon, a mellow chant came out of Zhenyi's mouth, whose face was flushed, and echoed in the jujube house, which was shrouded in darkness. At the same time, a very special lewd smell mixed with Zhenyi's body fragrance wafted through the room. It added a lot of ambiguity to the activities in the house. After a long while, Zhenyi suddenly let out a high-pitched moan. Zhenyi, who was sitting on Sei Ito's body, weakly collapsed on his chest. Her long silver hair, which was emitting a faint silver light under the moonlight shining in through the window, was scattered messily. Her cheek was pressed against Sei Ito's chest. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her mouth was slightly open as she gasped for breath. "Are you okay?" Sei Ito gently placed his hands on Zhenyi's buttock. He looked up at the wooden ceiling and said softly, "Again." Zhenyi pressed her palms on Sei Ito's chest and struggled to sit up again with her arms supporting her body. "Okay, let's continue." Sei Ito, who knew that Zhenyi's desire to excel had broken out again, smiled, turned over, and pressed Zhenyi under his body. He began to move again. Along with Sei Ito's movements, the chant that had stopped not long ago once again echoed in the house. It gently passed through the gap of the wooden sliding door and into the ears of Yuan, who had woken up from her sleep not long after Zhenyi's voice, causing her cheeks to blush. "It's real. Sister Zhenyi and Darren are too reckless. I can't sleep because of you." Yuan, who was also wearing only a bathrobe, covered her head with the quilt and muttered to herself in a muffled voice. Although Zhenyi was a martial artist and had recently begun to diligently cultivate spiritual power and tantric chakra technique, he was still no match for Sei Ito, who was a freak who used the power of the world to evolve his body. Therefore, after resisting 3 or 4 times in a row, he completely surrendered and fell asleep on the side, exhausted. Seeing this, Sei Ito knew that the noise here could not be heard by Yuan, who was also a martial artist and was very vigilant. He smiled and teleported to Yuan's room. He reached out and pulled the quilt covering her body. He looked at Yuan, who was still pretending to be asleep, with her cheeks flushed. Then, Sei Ito chuckled and pressed down on Yuan's body. He lowered his head and entangled with Yuan. This was a crazy and absurd night. In order to make up for Zhenyi and Yuan, who could not leave behind a shadow clone to accompany them because of Yi, Sei Ito was like a tireless bull. He reclaimed the 2 pieces of green land and made them plump and moist. He also cleansed the resentment in the hearts of the owners of the 2 pieces of land. The next morning, looking at the tired appearance of the 2, Sei Ito did not wake them up. Instead, he made breakfast for them and sent them to their respective rooms. After leaving a message for them, he left the Zao family and returned to his residence in the demon realm of the main world. Looking at the sky of the demon realm that was full of stars, Sei Ito shook his head and sighed. "I just spent the night in the magic cube world, but it's still dark outside. This time difference is really a bit of a pain in the ass." Then, he turned around and went to the first floor of his residence. He activated the defensive enchantment of the entire residence with a special method. Then, he used the teleportation array in the residence to go to Merlin Street and returned to the outside world through the secret exit. Then, Sei Ito formed a seal with one hand and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Tokyo, Japan, which was also in the Asian time zone like the Magic Cube world. he returned to the shrine in Akizuruno City. Then, he took out a computer and connected to the international network. He began to search for information about Egyptian myths and legend. After all, the content of the Book of Law involved a lot of Egyptian myth. If he wanted to understand some of the metaphors in it, he had to start with these myths. The internet was worthy of being a heaven-defying product that changed the way knowledge was transmitted in modern society. With just a simple search, a lot of myths and legends about Egypt appeared on the laser screen of the quantum computer and filled Sei Ito's eyes. However, the information on the page was relatively simple, and there were not many local or folkloric legends. But this did not stop Sei Ito, who had access to a niche network. He soon found a lot of Egyptian folkloric legends on some very niche private websites, which gave Sei Ito some clear understanding of Egyptian myths and legends. I wonder if the Silver Star Association still exists? Is there a website? There's too little information just from reading Egyptian myths and legends. Sei Ito thought to himself as he closed the current page and entered the Silver Star Association's English language into Google search. TSK. It's really hidden. All the information on the front page is irrelevant and messy. There's no trace of the Silver Star Association. Sei Ito curled his lips in dissatisfaction as he searched for the two names of the Silver Star Association, but to no avail. He then reached out to turn off the computer, took out his phone, and quickly pressed on the keyboard with his thumb. Beep! A busy tone came from the phone next to Sei Ito's ear. "Oh, I'm Mai Kuraki." The busy tone lasted for 10 seconds, followed by a soft ring, and a pleasant female voice came from the phone. "Mai, it's me, Sei Ito." Sei Ito, who was sitting cross-legged, held the phone in his right hand and supported his left hand behind him. His body leaned slightly to the left as he spoke with a smile. "What's the matter?" Mai Kuraki asked calmly. "I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. Come out and have a meal together," Sei Ito said with a smile. "Okay, I'll see you at XXXX in half an hour." Mai Kuraki was silent for 2 to 3 seconds, then sighed slightly. She then emphasized, "Don't be late." "Don't worry, I promise I'll be there on time." Sei Ito's tone was full of confidence. However, for Sei Ito, who had the black sphere system all over Japan, the whole of Japan was like his backyard. There was really no place that Sei Ito couldn't go to in an instant. "Remember to dress up later. Otherwise, I won't have the face to take you out to meet people." Sei Ito then teased in a frivolous tone. "Go to hell," Mai Kuraki said angrily, then hung up the phone on the spot. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Sei Ito smiled slightly, then waved his hand to put away the quantum computer on the table, got up from the tatame, and went to the bathroom to wash up and change for the upcoming date. Chapter 906. P.S. Thanks to Bloodthirsty Black Feather and Heavenly Devil Dragonwolf for their precious monthly votes, and thanks to NXCX, Instakill Potato, ZZ's Supernatural Strength, and Nickfanny for their tip. Screech screech, a red sports car stopped in front of Sei Ito. "Get in." Kuraki Mai, with her long hair cascading behind her head and a pair of large sunglasses on her face, looked at Ito-sei through the slowly lowered car window. "It's really an honor to be able to sit in a car driven by you, Lini." Ito-sei walked around the front of the car and sat on the left passenger seat. He fastened the seatbelt while looking at Kuraki Mai. Kuraki Mai was wearing black trousers, a black large-collared t-shirt that exposed her neck and collarbone, and a thin gold necklace around her neck. She had a needle earring on her earlobe, and her lips were painted with oil. Kuraki Mai ignored Sei Ito's teasing. She rolled up the window and drove away. "That's a nice outfit. It shows off your figure. Seems like you listened to me and dressed up before coming." Ito-sei, who had fastened his seatbelt, looked up and down at Kuraki Mai's particularly thin clothes. "Don't think too highly of yourself," Kuraki Mai said helplessly. That's not necessarily true. There's an old saying in China, a woman dresses up for the man she likes. Saito laughed. You're still so shameless. Kuraki-mai said harshly. Tisk, you're lying again. If you really hate me, you wouldn't have agreed to have dinner with me. Saito looked at Kuraki-mai with disdain. I'm regretting it now, Kuraki-mai said. She slowed down the car and was about to drop off Saito by the roadside. Hee, now that you're out, it won't be easy to go back. Saito pretended to be a bad guy. She then took out a simple silver bracelet and handed it to Kuraki-mai. This is for you. Before I came, I looked up your preferences on the internet and bought this bracelet. Also, when I was waiting for you, I used my family's secret technique to consecrate it so that the owner's luck would be greatly improved. It's immune to all diseases. Thank you. Kuraki-mai took the bracelet with one hand. Of course, this bracelet can also be used as an exorcism tool. For example, if you encounter a supernatural phenomenon in a recording studio, this bracelet can guarantee your safety. Saito continued. Is it as magical as you say? Kuraki-mai asked in disbelief. My family has hundreds of years of heritage. I used to be one in the past. It's completely different from the psionic people on the streets and those who work in TV stations. You'll understand after you wear it for a long time. Saito said with disdain. Oh right. I'm not familiar with the members-only restaurants that celebrities like you go to. You can take me to any of them. Ito-sei, who finally returned to the main topic, said. Are you sure you're treating me to dinner and not the other way around? Kuraki-mai glanced at Saito speechlessly. Well, if you're not afraid of being recognized, I don't care. Anyway, I can eat anywhere. Itomori said with an indifferent shrug. How did I get to know someone like you? Kuraki-mai sighed helplessly. She turned the steering wheel and drove to a private restaurant that she frequented. Half an hour later, the sports car stopped in front of a restaurant with a plain exterior. Saito and Kuraki-mai got out of the car. After handing the car keys to the valet, Kuraki-mai led Saito to the restaurant's entrance. Kuraki-mai showed her membership card and led Saito into the restaurant. The interior of the restaurant was simple and elegant. The space was about 100 square meters, with a dozen round tables covered with pink tablecloth. Beside each round table were 3 black wooden armchairs. Because it was mealtime, 5 to 6 of the tables were occupied by men and women. These people were all related to the entertainment industry. They were either managers or directors of entertainment companies. Of course, the restaurant's main customers were also included, the celebrities in the entertainment industry. Of course, as a private restaurant, it was impossible for it to be so small. On the south side of the first floor, there was a spiral staircase with black iron railings on both sides. It led to the unknown second floor. Kuraki-mai walked into the restaurant with Ito-sei and glanced around the hall. Then, she walked up the stairs to the second floor of the restaurant. Soon, a hall decorated like a bar and surrounded by private rooms appeared in front of Ito-sei, who was following Kuraki-mai. At the same time, a faint sound of music came from the stairs connecting the second floor and the third floor. Ito-sei had a particularly sensitive ear. Give me a private room, Kuraki-mai ordered the young waiter who had just walked over. Okay, please follow me. The waiter bowed and led Kuraki-mai and Saito to an empty private room. The room wasn't big, about 10 square meters or so. A long glass table was placed in the center of the room, and 2 rows of leather sofas that could seat 3 people were placed on both sides of the square table. I'll have this one, this one, this one, and this one. Kuraki-mai took off her coat and sat on the sofa. She reached for the menu on the table and looked at it carefully for a while before saying to the waiter, What else do you want to order? Kuraki-mai passed the menu to Saito. Even though he had been reborn for a long time, he still preferred restyle food. Ito-sei was still not used to eating, so after casually ordering 2 or 3 dishes, He inserted the menu into the cleat at the back of the table against the wall and ended the ordering. The waiter who took down their orders turned and left the room, leaving Ito-sei and Kuraki-mai alone in the room. "What have you been doing recently?" Sei-ito asked Kuraki-mai, who had removed her disguise. "I'm bored at home. What about you?" Kuraki-mai replied with a question. "Me? I've been busy. I've been running around the world. For example, I just came back from England this morning." Sei-ito said with a smile. "If I remember correctly, you were in university, right?" Kuraki-mai looked at Sei-ito in disbelief. "I was, but coincidentally, there was a war between the magical beasts and demons when I was in university. As a clergyman, I had to save the world. Ordinary people like you are needed. That's why I took the opportunity to start a business." Sei-ito put his elbows on the table and crossed his fingers in front of his mouth. He shrugged helplessly. "You? Save the world? Are you kidding?" Kuraki-mai sneered as if she heard a joke. "Didn't I tell you? My family has hundreds of years of history, and I was a clergyman a few years ago. Even if I'm a civilian now, I still have to take responsibility." Ever since the war between the magical beasts and demons, everyone in Japan knew about the magical beasts and demons. Almost everyone in Japan knew about the existence of demons in their country. Even the entire capital had been taken over by the nine-tailed beast. Therefore, it was not a problem to talk about this in private. That's why Sei-ito was so straightforward. Of course, this kind of thing was taboo. For example, in front of foreign tourists, this kind of thing was not allowed. If it was found out, it would be a criminal offense. What an honor to have the opportunity to sit with a hero like you. Kuraki-mai was still skeptical, but it didn't stop her from teasing Ito-sei with sarcastic words. "Same here, to be able to sit with a national singer like you is not something ordinary people can enjoy." Sei-ito replied with a smile. The two of them chatted casually until the waiter knocked on the door and entered the private room. He placed the dishes in front of the two of them one by one and only stopped temporarily. "My senpai." Just when the waiter came in to deliver the dishes for the second time, a surprised female voice suddenly called out, "Li Kai? Shixia?" Upon hearing the greeting, Kuraki-mai subconsciously turned to look outside the door. Then, he called out with a surprised expression. Seeing that Kuraki-mai recognized them, the two girls, Li Kai and Shixia, entered the room and greeted Kuraki-mai. "My senpai, long time no see." The girl, Li Kai, was wearing jeans and a dark blue jacket with a hood. Her short hair was dyed brown. She was taller than Kuraki-mai, about 1.6 meters tall. Due to her disguise, she looked like she was only 27 or 28 years old. She then looked curiously at Sei-ito, who was sitting next to her. Her eyes flashed with the light of gossip. After all, Kuraki-mai was known to keep a low profile in the industry and was still single. When she saw a young man appear beside Kuraki-mai who was all alone, she couldn't help but want to know more about him. At the same time, the female star named Shixia beside her also kept looking at Ito-sei. Kuraki-mai saw this and had to introduce the three of them to each other. First, Kuraki-mai pointed to the girl named Risai and introduced, "These two are my juniors. This is Risai Aochi." "Hello." Sei-ito stood up and greeted her. "This is San-ji-sia." Then, Kuraki-mai pointed to Shixia, who was wearing a gray canvas trousers, a white shirt with black sleeves, and a long-sleeved t-shirt. She had a furry collar jacket, and her light brown hair was tied into a ponytail. Shixia was about the same height as Nina, above 1.6 meters. She looked 1 or 2 years younger than Nina. "Hello." Sei-ito greeted her again. "This is my friend, Sei-ito, an outsider." Kuraki-mai pointed to Sei-ito and introduced him. "Hello." Ainai and 3 sprays of sunset greeted him in unison. "Let's sit down and eat together." Ito-sei smiled and greeted the two. "No, thank you. We just finished eating. We won't disturb your meal. We'll take our leave first, Maki-senpai. Although her heart was burning with the flames of gossip, she knew that she shouldn't stay here, so she hurriedly refused. She then bowed to Kuraki-mai with Mitsuki Sunset. Okay. Be careful, Kuraki-mai said with concern. Yes. Sorry for being rude. Aine and Mitsumi bowed again and said. Then, they left the room and disappeared behind the closed door. This is bad. I don't know what kind of rumors will spread. I won't be able to explain myself then. Kuraki-mai, who watched Li Kai and Sanji Xia leave, sat back on the sofa with his elbows on the table and his palms on his forehead. He looked like he had a headache. So be it. You have to know that I'm very willing to be your boyfriend. Seito, who also sat back on the sofa, picked up the chopsticks in front of him and put a piece of food on the small plate in front of him. You wish. Kuraki-mai said unhappily, then picked up the chopsticks and ate a piece of food. You're the one who's really beautiful. It's hard to find a good man like me. Now that I'm here, you don't want me. Don't wait until I become another woman's boyfriend. You'll regret it, Seito said with a look of disdain. Then hurry up and go into another woman's arms. Let me regret it. Kuraki-mai was not to be outdone. Sure. Tomorrow, I'll go to your management company in the name of looking for you. Then, I'll find a good female artist to appear in front of the reporters and spread some rumors. Let's see what you can do. Seito immediately retorted without hesitation. Also, those two juniors called Li Kai and Sanji Xia. I can find them and spread some rumors to stimulate you. Without waiting for Kuraki-mai to respond, Seito said again. You bastard, you're too despicable. Hurry up and die. Kuraki-mai angrily grabbed a few napkins, crumpled them, and threw them at Seito's face. Itose grabbed the paper ball in his hand and threw it aside with a strange smile. He didn't use words to provoke Kuraki-mai. Just like that, the two of them finished their lunch after more than 40 minutes of chatting and fooling around. Then, when they left the private club, Seito took the car keys from the valet and sat in the driver's seat. He started the car and drove Kuraki-mai to a nearby movie theater to watch the latest Japanese horror film. Chapter 907. Horror movies were indeed the best weapon for those with evil hearts to pick up girls. Under the influence of the horror movie, most naturally timid women would instinctively seek protection from the people around them, especially the men who came with them, to give themselves a psychological sense of security. This created an excellent opportunity for men and women to get closer to each other. It allowed men and women who couldn't get over certain obstacles to get closer to each other. Of course, this was all based on the premise that the men were brave enough, and the women were willing to jump into their arms. As an orthodox demon swordsman, Seito was naturally brave. The scary scenes in the movie weren't even 1/10 of what he saw in the Demon War, so it wouldn't affect Seito at all. But as the host of the horror film project, although Kuraki-mai was very scared, she still pretended to be calm. Her hands tightly grasped the armrest of the chair, and she didn't let herself show her fear and threw herself into Itose's arms. Looking at Kuraki-mai's pretentious appearance, Itose's face couldn't help but reveal a dumbfounded expression. Then, he reached out and wrapped his arm around Kuraki-mai's shoulder, pulling her stiff body into his embrace. He used his other hand to hold Kuraki-mai's tightly clenched fist and gently stroked the back of her hand with his thumb to soothe her emotions. With Seito's comfort, Kuraki-mai gradually relaxed. You really are up to no good, Kuraki-mai said with her head resting on Seito's shoulder. I'm not up to no good. I'm just following your preferences from the information I found online. I'm just bringing you to a movie. Seito whispered into Kuraki-mai's ear. Isn't there an American blockbuster at the same time? Why didn't you choose that one? Kuraki-mai felt her ear itchy and turned her head, mocking him. Because I want to watch a horror movie. Seito quibbled. Keep quibbling, Kuraki-mai said with disdain. Just like that, in Seito's arms, Kuraki-mai finished watching the latest horror movie that lasted 148 minutes. After the movie ended, Seito drove Kuraki-mai to Tokyo Bay. Don't tell me you want to take me to the sea? As they got closer to Tokyo Bay, Kuraki-mai, who could guess Itosei's thoughts, was surprised. Yeah, it's a long day. With your celebrity status, it's not good to take you to stroll around the streets like ordinary people or go to the amusement park to play, so I can only take you to Tokyo Bay to see the sea. Itosei said with a helpless expression on his face. But why do I feel like this is a conspiracy? Kuraki-mai's expression was suspicious as she looked at Seito. How is that possible? Tokyo Bay is so big. It's surrounded by tidal embankments, seawater, and roads. Where would I find a conspiracy? Seito pretended to be innocent. That's hard to say. Kuraki-mai curled her lips. After watching a movie, it was already 3:00 in the afternoon. Since it wasn't rush hour and there weren't any festivities, the journey was smooth. In just 40 minutes, Seito and Kuraki-mai arrived at Tokyo Bay and stopped at a secluded area. We're here. Seito turned off the engine. I want to make a call. Kuraki-mai replied. Why? Are you afraid that I'll do something to you? Seito seemed to know what Kuraki-mai was thinking. Yes. I don't feel safe being with you. Now that you brought me to this place, who knows what you'll do to me? Kuraki-mai nodded with a serious expression. Could it be that I'm that kind of person in your mind? That's really sad. Itosei's face showed an aggrieved expression and said pitifully. Unfortunately, that's what I think of you. Kuraki-mai nodded and got out of the car. She grabbed her arms tightly and walked to the seawall with her body slightly curled up. Looking at the sky that was beginning to darken, Yi Zichin thought to himself. Bang! Seito got out of the car and closed the door. He walked slowly to Kuraki-mai and wrapped his arms around her waist. He pulled her into his arms and used his body to keep her warm. See? What did I say before? I was right. Kuraki-mai said as she leaned into Seito's arms. If I just stood there and watched, you would be even more dissatisfied with me. If that's the case, I'll take the initiative to be your safe haven. Itosei moved his hands up and crossed them over the back of Kuraki-mai's hands. He rested his chin on her shoulder and chuckled. Besides, I can't bear to see you freeze. Okay, since you're so considerate, I'll forgive you this time. But next time, Kuraki-mai snorted. We'll talk about next time. Seito moved Kuraki-mai's hair away with his chin and put his face on her cheek. After that, the two of them didn't speak anymore. They quietly watched the gradually setting sun in the sea. It wasn't until more than half an hour later that they both returned to the car, restarted the car, and rushed back to the city. Because of the cold, Seito took Kuraki-mai to a Chinese hot pot restaurant in the city. They asked for a small bag of hot instant boiled mutton to get rid of the cold. How about it? Do you want me to send you to your favorite massage parlor after we finish the hot pot? Seito asked with a smile while they were eating. Sure. Kuraki-mai answered without hesitation. Then, she continued carelessly, but men are not allowed to enter. After you send me there, you can leave by yourself. I'll drive back after I'm done with the massage. Itosei looked at Kuraki-mai, who had a smug smile on her face. Then, he changed the topic and said mysteriously, Speaking of massages, I don't mean to boast, but my technique is definitely world-class. Would you like to accept my professional massage instead of aromatic massage today? No. Kuraki-mai rejected without hesitation. Why? Itosei looked at Kuraki-mai in surprise and asked. Then, he tempted Kuraki-mai unwillingly. This is my family's secret method, from my previous life, and it's combined with the acupuncture point massage of traditional Chinese medicine. In terms of the effect of health care and treatment, it's many times better than aromatic massage. I'm not trying to brag, but if you accept my massages often, you'll get some unexpected benefit. At the end of his words, Ito-sei glanced at Kuraki Mai's chest that was not too big. No. Kuraki Mai rejected him directly. I don't even need to think about it. I know what you're going to do. So, no matter what you say, I won't agree to it. Then, Kuraki Mai changed the topic and said, but I can let you give me a foot massage. You can use your family's secret technique, combined with Chinese medicine's acupoint massage. Foot massage. Ito pretended to be disappointed. If you don't want to, then forget it, Kuraki Mai said nonchalantly. Of course, why wouldn't I want to? Ito quickly said. Okay, let's make an appointment next time. You can give me a massage then. Kuraki Mai picked up a piece of mutton, dipped it in the sauce, and put it into the water to eat. Next time. Ito frowned, then nodded. Okay, next time. After a while, Ito-sei, who had finished eating the hot pot, sent Kuraki Mai to the aromatic massage club. But just as Kuraki Mai was about to open the door and get out of the car, Ito-sei grabbed her arm and pulled her back to the passenger seat. Then, he stuck his head out and sniffed Kuraki Mai's lip. Kuraki Mai, who was suddenly attacked, instinctively let out a low moan. Then, she opened her mouth slightly and stuck out her tongue to Ito. Tastes good. After a short while, Ito let go of Kuraki Mai and sat back in the driver's seat. He licked his lips and smiled. Go to hell. Kuraki Mai swung his clenched fist at Ito-sei's shoulder as he glared at him and scolded. Haha, okay, let's get out of the car. I'll send you in. Ito didn't take Kuraki Mai's angry words and actions to heart. He just smiled and said to Kuraki Mai. After that, he opened the door and got out of the car. Humph. Kuraki Mai snorted and also got out of the car. Ito walked to Kuraki Mai's side and walked with her to the massage club. After sending Kuraki Mai into the club, he walked back to the side of the road and slowly walked away. Along the way, he used the Flying Thunder God technique in a completely unnoticed corner and instantly appeared on the streets of England. He entered the demonic realm and went to the Great Merlin Library to continue his book-stealing operation. Ito didn't stop until it was late at night in the demonic realm. He took the teleportation array back to the residence he bought and went to rest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This morning, when Ito was browsing the books in the Great Merlin Library, a summoning thought suddenly came from the bottom of his heart. He had to give up his current plan and leave the Great Merlin Library to return to his residence. He flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in Asola's room. Chapter 908. At this moment, Asola was in the room. She was wearing a black cloak with a white brim on her head. Only her face and hands were exposed. Index was also in the room. He was wearing a white cloak with golden spikes on the edges and a white brim hat with golden spikes on the edges. Ah Chung, where did you find this book? Index asked as soon as Ito appeared and grabbed the book of law that he had given to Asola to decipher from the table piled with books in front of him. In another world, what's wrong? What's wrong? Ito-sei walked to the table where the two of them were and asked with a puzzled expression. Another world? Other worlds also have books of law? Index asked in surprise. However, judging from her words, this book of the third dimension Alex Crowley should be very similar to the Path of Magic in her memory, or even related. I'm not sure about the situation in other worlds, but the world in which this book of law appeared is the world where the author of the book of law in your world summoned Angel Iwos, said Ito, who had already sat down at the table. Angel Iwos is from that world. Doesn't that mean it's another celestial realm? Index asked with his eyes wide open as he looked at Ito. Asola's eyes also widened slightly when she heard this. She looked at Saito with a shocked expression. That's not it. Although Angel Iwos is from that world, he's not a commonly seen creature in that world. He also exists in another dimension. Saito shook his head slightly and explained the misunderstanding between the two. Oh, I see. Inticus nodded with a look of realization. Asola, why did you summon me this time? Saito turned to ask Asola when he saw that Indix had temporarily quieted down. To report to you about the deciphering of the Book of Law, Asola replied in her special respectful manner. Oh! Saito raised an eyebrow when he heard Asola's words. He let out a soft sound of interest. With Sister Indix's help, I've deciphered most of the content, Asola said with a gentle smile. A gentle smile appeared on Asola's face as she explained, as far as I can tell, there are 3 parts to the book. One of them introduces a ranking system called Secret Chief. From the lowest level of ordinary people to the highest level of transcendence, gods, you can find your corresponding ranking in this system. Saito nodded slightly. He had heard of the Secret Chief mysticism system. He knew that it was a classification system based on the diagram of the Kabbalah's tree. Among them, 0 is equal to 0 was the preparation level, which was the general public, an ordinary person who had never come into contact with mystery. 1 is equal to 10 was a participant, was someone who had begun to come into contact with mysteries. 2 is equal to 9 was a believer, a person who believed in the existence of mystery and began to devote himself to it. 3 is equal to 8 was a practitioner who understand mysteries, understand the mysteries. Gradually began to use of mysteries. 4 equals 7 was a philosopher. While using mysteries, he also used mysteries to deal with things. 5 is equal to 6 was a little expert. Regardless of whether it was the mastery of mysteries or the use of theories, they had reached a certain level. 6 is equal to 5 was a great expert. His theory and practice of mysteries had reached the pinnacle of commoners. He was also a person who could take on the role of educating believers. 7 is equal to 4 was a person who had thoroughly delved into the realm of mysteries and had disappeared from the world of commoners. Of course, this disappearance did not mean death. It meant that the realm they were in was no longer the same as commoners. 8 is equal to 3 was the leader of the temple. It could be understood from the literal meaning of this. When one reached a certain level in the realm of mysteries, they could become the leader of a secret organization or a religion. If this level was placed in the magical forbidden world, the Archbishop of the British Puritan Church, the Pope of the Roman Orthodox Church, the Pope of a small church, and the Pope of a small church could all be considered in this realm. 9 is equal to 2 was a magician. This magician did not refer to a normal magician. It was a person who had reached the pinnacle of the realm of mysteries. Using the characters in the magical forbidden world, it was a demon god with infinite possibilities. As for Alistair, his level was really hard to determine. It could be said that he was between 8 is equal to 3 and 9 is equal to 2. Finally, there was 10 is equal to 1. Body position was the result of counting. The existence that collapsed this concept was located at the top of the Kabbalah tree. It was a creature that lived in a different dimension from humans. Using a more vivid word to describe it would be God. If it was expressed according to different sects, it represented Tao, Shiva, Jehovah, and so on. Among them, 0 is equal to 0 was the basic level. It could be guided. 1 is equal to 10 to 4 is equal to 7 formed the first level of the organization. It was the periphery of the secret society. It was a person who was not in the core. 5 is equal to 6 to 7 is equal to 4 was the second level of the organization. It was the core member who could grasp all the secrets of the organization. 8 is equal to 3 to 10 is equal to 1 was the third level. It was the organization's representative, leader, spiritual core, and faith. It was just that for ordinary three-dimensional mysterious societies, the third level of 8 is equal to 3 to 10 is equal to 1 was too far out of reach. No one could reach it at all. The other part talks about the changes between the calamities and the era. The calamities are the evolution of human group consciousness. For example, the calamity of Isis before the appearance of the cross sect, the calamity of Osiris that the cross sect notified the world, and the calamity of Horus that is about to come, Asola explained. According to this, isn't your world at the end of the calamity of Osiris and is about to welcome the calamity of Horus? Seito suddenly interjected. According to this book, yes, Asola replied. This book came from an autonomous world. Based on the situation of the cross sect in the main world, it is still some distance away from the end of the calamity of Osiris. However, with the improvement of our thinking, it shouldn't be too far away, Seito thought. Continue, Seito nodded. According to the book, in order to welcome the calamity of Horus, humans must have a new way of thinking in order to continue living. This new way of thinking is the Greek word for will, dimera. Asola continued. Dimera? That's not what Aleister Crowley wrote in Magic, Theory and Practice. P.S. I didn't find the content of this book, so I don't know if it's written in it or not. It's just a simple graph. Is it something mentioned casually in the book? It seems to be something that must be awakened in order to become a sorcerer. Seito thought when he heard that. After awakening the will, called Dimera, humans will no longer be powerless humans waiting for a savior in the era of the cross sect. Instead, they will be able to train their own will and reach the realm of God, Asola continued. This is the reason why the cross sect will completely disappear from the earth after deciphering the Book of Law, Seito whispered to himself. The last part is the part that I still can't fully decipher, but judging from the part that has been deciphered, it includes the propaganda of the Egyptian sky god, Nut, and an alternative description of the human soul and will. I guess there should be a way for humans to awaken Oidimera in these descriptions. Asola nodded slightly in response to Seito's muttering and continued. Inticus, what do you think of the Book of Law? After Asola stopped talking, Seito turned to look at Indix, who has been listening quietly during Asola's narration. Because I haven't found the correct way to decipher the Book of Law so far, I don't know how different this Book of Law is from the original Book of Law in my mind. However, judging from the part that has been deciphered so far, this Book of Law is a powerful magic book. I mean, we should treat it with caution, Indix said with a serious face. Is Asola's way of interpreting the Book of Law not working? Although he knew that Asola's way of interpreting the Book of Law was wrong, he couldn't say that he knew it was wrong, so he looked at Indix with a puzzled expression. It's wrong, Asola replied with a sad face. Seito reached out and held Asola's hand, looked at her with a smile on his face, and said softly, It's fine if it's wrong. It's a good opportunity to relieve your worries, so you won't keep it in your heart and feel guilty to me. Thank you, sir. Feeling the warmth in her hand, Asola, who regained her spirit, looked back at Seito with a blush on her cheeks and whispered. Ah Ching, Indix, who was exuding a gloomy aura, stared at Seito and shouted. Ha ha! Seito let go of Asola's hand and took it back. Then he changed the topic. Try to decipher this Book of Law. I will try to find other ways to decipher it and see if there are any new discoveries. Okay. Asola agreed softly. But if the content in it is true, it can be a magic book for people to transcend and become a sage, Seito said as he reached out and took the Book of Law from Indix. Is there anything else? Seito looked at Asola again and asked. No. Asola shook her head and said. In that case. Itomori put his hands on the table and stood up from the chair. He looked at Inticus and said, Let's go, Inticus. Let's go out for a walk. Really? Indix asked with a happy face. Really? Seito, who walked around the table to Index, reached out and confirmed with her. Great. Index took Seito's hand and cheered. Then Seito nodded slightly to Asola, who stood up and saluted him, and then took Index out of Asola's residence and strolled around the Academy City in the Rubik's Cube world. During this period, he naturally invited Index to eat an unlimited amount of food to satisfy her appetite. Chapter 909. P.S. Thank you to Dead Solo for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX, Dead Solo, and Nickfanny for their tips. Mr. Ito is really young. In an office of about 40 square meters, a middle-aged man in a black and gray suit, with a square face and a kind face, and his black and white hair neatly combed back, who looked to be in his 50s, gently put his hands on the desk in front of him. He looked at Ito-sei, who was sitting with his legs together and hands flat on his legs, and said with dignity. Itomori smiled when he heard this. He didn't respond to this question. Okay, I agree to let you intern at our school. The man stretched out his hand and patted the resume on the table in front of him with a 1-inch bare-headed photo of Ito-sei on the upper right corner. Thank you, Mr. Principal. Seito was delighted when he heard the other party agree. He quickly got up and thanked the principal. The principal smiled at Seito, and then reached for the phone on the top right corner of the desk and put it to his ear. He gestured for Seito to sit down with his free left hand. Ms. Beijian, please come to the principal's office. The principal said into the phone. After that, he put the phone back and cut off the signal. Ms. Beijian is our school's senior health teacher. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask her. The principal looked at Seito, who was sitting on the sofa again, and said, Okay, I will learn from Ms. Beijian. Seito quickly promised. Then the principal began to introduce Seito to the history of the private school he ran. He also told Seito about the school's ethos and other situations. It was to let Seito know more about the school. It was also to prevent Seito from sitting there and waiting. Dang, dang, dang. Suddenly, there was a clear knock on the door, interrupting the principal's conversation. Come in. The principal looked at the door and said, Cluck. With a soft sound, a woman with a height of about 1.7 meters appeared. She was tall and voluptuous, and she wore a neatly buttoned white coat. She had soft golden hair that reached her ears and blue eyes. A young woman, about 26 or 27 years old, with an awe-inspiring temperament walked into the office through the open door. Principal, you were looking for me? The blonde woman casually glanced at Seito, who was sitting on the sofa, and then looked at the principal, who was sitting behind the desk. Mr. Kitami, this is Mr. Seito, a medical graduate who came to our school for an internship. From today onwards, he will be our internship health care teacher for the next 3 months. The principal pointed at Seito and introduced him with a smile. Ito-san, this is our school's health care teacher, Reika Kitami. Then, the principal pointed at the blonde woman and introduced her. Hello, I'm Seito, please take care of me in the future. Seito stood up and bowed to Reika Kitami. Hello. Reika Kitami smiled and looked at Seito from head to toe. She nodded slightly in return. Mr. Kitami, please take Ito-san down. The principal said when he saw that the two of them had met. Okay. Reika Kitami agreed. Then I'll take my leave. Seito said goodbye to the principal, and then walked out of the principal's office with Reika Kitami, who was waiting on the side, and walked slowly to the health care room on the 2nd floor of the teaching building. Seito, why did you think of coming to this school for an internship? Reika Kitami, who was half a body's length away from Seito, suddenly asked. It's like this, Mr. Kitami. Because I heard that this school is the best private school in this district. Not only are the quality of the students good, even the setting of the school is much better than the average school. That's why I chose to come here for an internship. Seito randomly made up an excuse. Oh. Reika Kitami did not comment. Then the two of them fell into silence again. It was not until the two of them came to the door of the health care room that Reika Kitami broke the silence again. We're here. Reika Kitami opened the door in front of her and led Seito into the health care room. The environment of the health care room was a little smaller than the average Japanese school classroom, but the area was still more than 50 square meters. Inside, there were 2 beds placed against the right wall for students who had similar symptoms like heatstroke, menstrual pain, or other discomforts to rest. At the end of the bed, below the window, there was a desk with a stethoscope, a stack of white paper, and a small cabinet on it. Directly opposite the desk, there was a 2-meter-high, 80-centimeter-wide double-door iron cabinet. From the half-open cabinet door, one could clearly see various medical drugs and gauze placed in the cabinet. The job of a healthcare teacher is very simple. It is to provide some medical help for students with sports injuries and other minor illnesses. There are almost no special cases that require us to perform emergency treatment, so our daily work is very leisurely. Reika Kitami walked to the chair and sat down. Her 2 straight white legs were crossed together. Her left hand was half bent on the table, and her right hand pretended to inadvertently unbutton the collar of her white coat. She looked up at Seito and explained. With Reika Kitami's action, the collar of her white coat was completely unbuttoned, revealing Reika Kitami's tight-fitting black bra and short skirt. Half of her full breasts and collarbones were completely exposed to the air, reflecting in Seito's eyes. When Seito saw this, he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva like an innocent teenager. Then, he pretended to be embarrassed and turned his head to the side. However, from the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Reika Kitami's body from time to time. When Reika Kitami saw this, her face revealed an undetectable sly smile. That's the medicine cabinet over there. First, you should familiarize yourself with the medicine here. Then, Reika Kitami turned her head to the big metal cabinet and said, Okay. Seito pretended to be flustered and answered. He turned around and walked to the front of the metal cabinet. He opened the cabinet door and recorded the medicine in the cabinet. Dang dang dang. Just when Seito was familiarizing himself with the medicine, there was a sudden knock on the door. It attracted both his and Reika Kitami's attention. Come in. Reika Kitami said. Excuse me. Accompanied by the youthful voice of a girl, a beautiful girl with long green hair walked in. She wore a white shirt, a black waistband, a red pleated skirt, and a black hair clip that looked like rabbit ears. She was wearing a beautiful girl with long green hair. Her legs were wrapped in black stockings, and she was wearing a white shirt, a black waistband, and a red pleated skirt. Welcome. Reika Kitami said softly. Sensei, you said you wanted to talk to me about something. What is it? The green-haired girl first bowed to Seito, then walked to Reika Kitami and asked, Ito, can you leave for a moment? Reika Kitami did not immediately answer the green-haired girl's question. Instead, she turned her head and said to Seito, Okay. Seito was taken aback when he heard this, then quickly nodded and agreed. Then, he nodded to the green-haired girl, turned around and walked out of the infirmary, and closed the door of the infirmary again. Oh, the plot has begun. What's this girl's name? By the way, her name is Itomika, and she is actually from the same branch. What a pity. Turning his head and looking at the closed door of the health room, Ito-sei shook his head with a chuckle. That's right, Seito was indeed not in the main world right now. Instead, it was in a new dimension. That day, after listening to Asola's explanation of the Book of Law, Seito couldn't help but think of the world he thought of when he read the Book of Law and Magic, Theory and Practice. Therefore, after playing with Inticus for a day, Seito launched a world search the next morning and teleported himself to this world. You are? Just when Seito was wandering along the school's corridor in the teaching building, A girl's legs were wrapped in a pair of knee-length black stockings, just like the other female students in the school. She was wearing a tight red miniskirt and a white shirt that looked like it could burst at any time. Her collar was tied with a yellow silk scarf, and she was wearing a black long-sleeved jacket. Her blood-red hair was naturally draped over her back, and her eyes were purple. She was about the same age as Kitami Lihua, around 26 or 27 years old, and she looked at Ito Seiji with a puzzled expression. "Hello, my name is Seito. I'm a new intern doctor here. Nice to meet you." Seito quickly smiled and said politely to the woman in front of him, Hello, my name is Takashiro Kwanko. I'm an art teacher in the school. Nice to meet you." The red-haired woman, Takashiro Kwanko, held a hard chest in her left hand and shook Seito's hand with her right hand. "Are you looking for the health room? The health care room is over there." Gao-Ching Kwanko, who gently took back her hand, tilted her head slightly and looked at Ito-sei. "Miss Takashiro, you misunderstood me." Seito shook his head and explained with a bitter smile. "It's like this, Mr. Kitami is receiving a female student, and he probably wants to talk about something more private, so I'm going to leave first. If that's the case, then Ito-sensei, if you don't mind, you can come to my art room." Although Ito-sei didn't say it clearly, how could he not understand that he had no place to go? Therefore, Takashiro Kwanko very considerately invited him. "Won't I disturb you?" Seito said with a hesitant expression on his face. "There's still some time before the department activity, so I won't disturb you." Takashiro Kwanko smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Takashiro." Seito pretended to hesitate for 2 seconds, then nodded and agreed. "Please come with me," Takashiro Kwanko invited with a smile, then turned around and led Seito in the direction of the art room. On the way, Takashiro Kwanko and Seito chatted casually and deepened their understanding of each other. After some conversation, Seito and Takashiro Kwanko learned some basic information about each other. For example, Seito knew that Takashiro Kwanko was a student of this school 12 years ago. Because of her love for her alma mater, she returned to this school after graduation and became an art teacher. She was currently 27 years old and single, and so on. Takashiro Kwanko also knew that Seito was 20 years old this year. Because of his excellent grades, he graduated from a medical university in advance. He came here to intern as a healthcare doctor, not only to add to his resume, but also to have some free time and so on. While talking and laughing, the two soon arrived at the art room. "Teacher Takashiro Kwanko, did you hear something?" At this time, Seito, who was chatting with Takashiro Kwanko in the art room, looked up at Takashiro Kwanko with a puzzled expression and asked, "Sound? What sound?" Takashiro Kwanko also asked with a puzzled expression. "It's very noisy, it should be downstairs." Seito said with a frown, then smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "My ears have always been good since I was a child. Often, when others are not paying attention, I have already heard the sound. I'll go and see what's going on." Then, Seito got up from the chair and said, "I'll go with you." Takashiro Kwanko saw that Seito was serious, so she also stood up from the chair and said, "Okay." Seito nodded in agreement, then followed Takashiro Kwanko out of the art room and walked in the direction of the sound. As they got closer and closer to the place where the sound came from, even Takashiro Kwanko heard a faint noise. Seito and Takashiro Kwanko looked at each other, then sped up and rushed to the place where the sound came from. Soon, a group of students surrounding the shoe cabinet on the first floor of the teaching building came into sight of Seito and Takashiro Kwanko. At the same time, a faint murmur came from the middle of the students. Takashiro Kwanko, who heard the sound, frowned. She reached out and pushed the male and female students in front of her to the sides, then walked into the center of the circle with Seito. In an instant, A boy and a girl with their lower bodies exposed appeared in front of Takashiro Kwanko and Sei Ito. A girl with short red hair sat next to them with her hands covering her face, her shoulders trembling as she sobbed. Teacher Takashiro, how are the students in this school so open?" Seito looked at Takashiro Kwanko with a strange expression and whispered. "Teacher Ito, don't misunderstand. Usually, the students would never be like this. I think there must be a reason for this." Takashiro Kwanko didn't know if it was because she was embarrassed by the primitive scene or because of Sei Ito's words, but her cheeks were red as she explained. "What are so many people doing here?" Just as Gao Qingquanzi was about to step forward to stop them, an awe-inspiring female voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Then, a girl with curly blonde hair walked into the circle under the protection of two male students. Chapter 9-10. Bai Mu Classmate. Looking at the female student who walked into the circle, Takacheng Kwanko said with a slight sigh of relief. "Stop!" The female student named Bai Mu scolded. "What do you think this place is?" While she was berating them, the two male students who were following her separately walked behind the male and female students who were leaning against the shoe cabinet. They each reached out their hands and grabbed the arms of one of them, forcibly separating the two of them. "Let me go! What are you doing? Let me go! Let go of me!" The male student who was forcibly separated shouted angrily as he struggled to break free. "No, let me go!" On the other side, the female student with short blue hair also struggled to resist. "Asada! Everyone, don't just watch, come and help!" Bai Mu turned around when he saw the two of them acting this way. He looked at the surrounding students who were watching the show and said loudly. Under the command of the female student named Bai Mu, the surrounding students came forward one after another, helping others to suppress the male and female, and dispersing the students who had just gathered around. This student's prestige is very high. Seito looked at the female student Bai Mu and said, "Her name is Bai Mu Rika, the president of the student union in the school. She is very popular among the students, like an idol." Takacheng Kwanko explained. "Could it be?" Seito nodded and said with a look of realization. Then, looking at the male and female students who were being carried to the health room, he said, "Teacher Takacheng, I'll go back to the health room first, talk to you next time." "Okay." Takacheng Kwanko responded with a smile. After saying goodbye, Seito immediately followed the group of students and walked together to the health room on the second floor of the teaching building. "Let me go! Let me go!" Although 5 or 6 male students restrained his limbs. However, the male student still struggled and shouted. "What's the matter?" Reika Kitami looked at the students who were swarming into the health room and asked. "Teacher Kitami, come and see the two of them. I don't know what's wrong with them. They are actually doing that thing in the hall." In the end, the female student who was responsible for explaining the situation could not help but blush and stutter. Reika Kitami walked to the middle of the two beds with great interest. She stretched out her fingers and opened their eyelids to see if they had taken any hallucinogens. "Ito, go to the medicine cabinet and get the XXX medicine." Reika Kitami, who had finished checking the condition of the two students, straightened up and turned to look at the students who came in. Seito, who had come to her side to observe the situation of the two students, instructed her. "Okay." Seito nodded. He then walked to the medicine cabinet and took out a small bottle of medicine with an English label. He returned to Reika Kitami's side and handed the bottle to Reika Kitami. Seito turned to the students who were watching the show and said, "Leave 2 boys and 2 girls to hold them down. Everyone else leave." He didn't know who Seito was. But from the north, one could see the teacher's attitude towards him. And from the way he dressed. Obviously, he was also a teacher-level figure. Therefore, after leaving the 2 boys and 2 girls in charge of holding them down, the students all obediently left the infirmary. The infirmary became empty again. At this time, after the hallucinogens had been delivered, the male and female students who were still in a frenzy gradually calmed down and fell asleep in a short period of time. Their condition is not suitable for treatment on campus. Call an ambulance. Reika Kitami looked at Seito and said, "Okay." Seito pretended to check the condition of the two students and nodded in agreement. Then, he walked to his desk and dialed 999 to call an ambulance. His heartbeat and blood pressure are all normal, and there are no signs of him taking hallucinogenic drugs. "It looks like he's under some kind of spell," Kitami Lihua said softly as she returned to her desk. "Kitami-sensei still believes in this kind of thing?" Seito pretended to be amused as he looked at Reika Kitami and said, "Yes, I believe in this kind of thing very much," Reika Kitami said with a meaningful smile on her face. Then, she pretended to be mysterious and said softly, "Did you know? There was a very serious murder case 12 years ago in this school. At that time, all the members of the school's magic club died in the school's basement. And what they did before they died was the devil summoning ritual." "Really?" Seito asked with a strange expression. "Who knows?" Reika Kitami replied casually as if what she said just now was a made-up story. "Damn, why are you being so mysterious? If you want to seduce me, just do it. Let's see if you have the power of the devil or my power." Seito secretly curled his lips. 20 minutes later, the ambulance arrived at the school and picked up the two students who had temporarily settled down. The rest of the day was uneventful. Seito successfully survived his first day as a healthcare teacher. "Kitami-sensei, I'll take my leave first. See you tomorrow." Seito said goodbye to Reika Kitami. "Goodbye." Reika Kitami crossed her legs together. Her left hand was half bent on the table, and her left hand was resting on her cheek. She looked at Seito casually and said. Seito nodded at Reika Kitami again, then turned and walked out of the healthcare room. He passed through the hall on the first floor, stepped on the sandy grass, and walked out of the school. During this process, Seito clearly sensed a gaze from the healthcare room on the second floor. It fell on him and followed him out of the school until he could no longer be seen. Now, let's wait for the protagonist of this world to appear. As soon as he sensed that the gaze had disappeared, Seito immediately stopped and sat down in front of the metal railing on the side of the road. He crossed his arms and waited quietly for the protagonist of this world to appear. This wait lasted for more than an hour, almost 2 hours. It wasn't until dusk that two students, one male and one female, walked out of the campus, one in front of the other, and walked along the road into the distance. Just as they passed by Seito, who was sitting on the railing with his arms crossed and eyes closed, suddenly called out to them, "Please wait, Taki Sui." Taki Sui, who was carrying a black bag, immediately stopped when he heard Seito. He looked at Seito suspiciously and asked with a frown, "Who are you?" As he spoke, another girl with long blonde hair tied into a ponytail also stopped and looked at Seito and Taki with interest. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am a new healthcare intern at XX Private High School. My name is Seito. Please take care of me in the future, Taki Sui." Seito straightened up and looked at Taki with a smile. "A new healthcare intern? I don't think I know you." After hearing that Seito was the new healthcare intern at his school, Taki Sui was more or less relieved, but he still frowned at Seito in front of him. "Oh yes, we don't know each other, but I believe that after a while, you will remember me deeply in your heart," Seito said with a happy expression. Then, before Sui Wei's duo she could understand the situation, he suddenly rushed in front of Sui Wei's and punched him in the chest. The pain caused Taki Sui to instinctively cover his chest with his hands. His knees went soft and he knelt on the ground in pain. Looking at Watarace duo she who had basically lost the ability to resist, Ito Seiji's heart was neither sad nor happy. He leaned over and grabbed the handle of Waterace Duo Shi's school bag and pulled it into his hand. Seeing this, Sui Wei's Duo Shi endured the pain in his chest and tried to grab Sei Ito with his right hand. Ito-sei stepped back lightly and dodged Takashi's arm. Then, under the gaze of the blonde girl who was silently watching the development of the situation, Ito-sei reached out and took out a book from Takashi's bag. The book's surface was tied by a slender metal chain with a six-pointed star pattern at the end of the chain. The book's surface was a little old and dark. "Thank you, Sui Wei's Duo Shi." Sei Ito threw the bag back to Duoshi and waved the book in front of him. Then, he glanced at the blonde girl beside him and turned around to leave. "Please wait." At this moment, the blonde girl suddenly called out to Sei Ito. "What's wrong?" Sei Ito asked the girl with a faint smile. "Can we have a talk? It's about that book," the blonde girl said with a gentle smile. "Sure, but do you want to talk here?" Sei Ito looked at the blonde girl and raised his eyebrows. "Of course not." The blonde girl shook her head and smiled. Then, she turned around and invited, "Please follow me." After saying that, she didn't even look at Mizuki Toshiki, who was walking with her before, but now was kneeling on the ground like a shrimp. She led Ito-sei to the distance. "That book is a magic book. I'm not wrong, am I?" Under the sunset, the blonde girl who was walking 1 meter away from Sei Ito suddenly said, "Yes." Sei Ito looked at the back of the girl in front of him and smiled. At the same time, he recalled the information about this girl in his mind. Keiho Zubo, very fanatical about magic research. She often uses tarot cards in school to divine the future of the student. In addition, she is a core member of a magic association formed by students from 3 or 4 schools in the city. She can use some random white magic. Chapter 9-11. I'm curious. Sensei, how did you know that this book is in Mizuko-san's hands? According to your self-introduction, you just came to this school today, didn't you? The woman named Keiho Zubo turned her head slightly and looked at Ito-sei from the corner of her eyes. Unless, Sensei, you already knew about the existence of such a magic book, so you came to our school to apply for a job as a healthcare teacher. Your goal is to obtain it. Keiho deduced without waiting for Ito-seiji's reply. Then, Keiho stopped and turned to Sei Ito. She stared at Sei Ito's face without blinking. But then I have a new question. Sensei, how did you know that this book is in our school? Keiho asked softly. It's dangerous for a woman to know too much. Sei Ito walked step by step in front of Keiho and stopped in front of her. He put his right hand on her cheek and gently rubbed it while speaking softly with a fake smile. That's true. For me, how Sensei knew about the existence of this book, how you were sure that this book was in our school, and why you wanted to obtain it has nothing to do with me. I just want to see the contents of the book. Keiho cooperatively leaned her cheek against Sei Ito's palm and looked at Sei Ito with a smile. It's not easy to see the contents of this book. Sei Ito chuckled. Sensei, don't worry. I'm already mentally prepared. Keiho's smile widened as she replied softly. Then, Keiho turned around again. She continued to lead Sei Ito into the distance. After a while, Keiho led Sei Ito to a separate Japanese-style duplex building. She opened the door, walked into the building with Sei Ito, and took Sei Ito to a private bedroom on the second floor of the building. Kaori Zuber's bedroom was completely different from a normal girl's bedroom. It didn't have any feminine decorations or items. The room was filled with magic-related items and books. Just from the environment alone, rather than calling it a girl's bedroom, it would be more appropriate to call it an evil cult's secret hideout. Sensei, sit down first. I'll get you a glass of water, Keiho said as she put her bag aside. Sei Ito nodded and sat on the bed covered with a red sheet. He turned his head and looked at the names of various books on the bookshelves in the room. The Mystery of the World Tree, Astrology, The Origin of Magic, Magician XX, and so on. After sitting alone for a few minutes, the door opened again. Except for the black knee-length stockings wrapped around her legs, the red school uniform skirt was replaced with a black skirt with a small slit on both sides, and the black and white school uniform top was replaced with a sleeveless white t-shirt. Keiho, who was holding a wooden tray with 2 glasses of juice on it, walked back into the room, knelt beside the low table at Sei Ito's feet, and put the tray in her hand on it. "It seems that you are very interested in magic-related mysticism." Sei Ito reached out and took the juice handed by Keiho. "Yes, I always believe that the world is not as simple as it seems on the surface. There must be a lot of unknown things hidden in humans' daily life, and if you want to know the truth, you have to do it yourself. You can only do that if you throw yourself into it," Keiho, who was sitting next to Ito-sei, explained. "So, sensei, no matter what, please let me read that magic book later." Keiho turned her head and whispered in Sei Ito's ear. "As the price, sensei can do anything to me." Keiho stuck out her tongue and licked Sei Ito's earlobe. She put her hand on Sei Ito's pants and gently stroked the hidden shuriken and said, "For magic. You're quite determined." Sei Ito reached out and stopped Keiho's hand that secretly reached out to the book, turned his head and looked at Keiho, who was less than 5 centimeters away from him, and smiled. Keiho smiled at Sei Ito, withdrew her hand from the magic book, and knelt down in front of Sei Ito. She reached out with both hands to open the lock on his belt, and forcefully pulled down Sei Ito's pants. "Remember to let me read the magic book later, sensei." Keiho, who reached out to grab Armstrong's boomerang cannon, smiled at Sei Ito. She then lowered her head, put the cannon in her mouth, and gently sucked on it. "Let me finish reading this first." Sei Ito didn't refuse Keiho's actions. After casually replying, he reached out and took the magic book that he snatched from Takashi Sue's hands. He lowered his head and began reading under Keiho's longing gaze. "Be black, the infection. Dark Holy Scripture." Sei Ito softly read out the words written in the book, then flipped open the cover of the book and browsed through the content. TSK. As he browsed through the book, Sei Ito's mouth made light sounds from time to time. The strange expression on his face was like an irresistible temptation, seducing Keiho. It made her want to stop what she was doing and sit beside Sei Ito to read the dark Holy Scripture together. However, she had personally seen how Sei Ito dealt with Takashi Sue's so cleanly. She knew very well that she was no match for Sei Ito if she didn't use magic. And judging from Sei Ito's understanding of the dark Holy Scripture, he wasn't someone who didn't know how to use magic. In such a weak situation, Keiho knew that she had to do her best to please Sei Ito in order to be able to read the book's content. Thinking of this, Keiho temporarily stopped what she was doing. She crossed her hands and grabbed the hem of her shirt. She straightened her body and took off the white sleeveless t-shirt on her body, exposing her full breasts to the air. Then, Keiho Zubo covered her chest with both hands, leaned over, and clamped the body of Armstrong's boomerang cannon. As she rubbed it up and down, she looked up at Ito-sei with a seductive expression and said coquettishly, "Sensei, let me read with you." "If it was before, I would have let you read this book. But now I can't." Sei Ito glanced at Keiho and shook his head. "Why?" Keiho's expression changed and she asked with a serious expression. "Because this book is too dangerous. From the way you're willing to sacrifice your body for the sake of magic, if I really let you read this book, you'll soon die from the magic in this book and fall into hell. As a teacher of the people, I can't bear to see such a cute student like you fall into such a state. Just like the members of the Magic Club who were all the rage in school 12 years ago." Sei Ito said in a low voice. "Sensei, do you know about the Magic Club incident 12 years ago?" Keiho, who was gently moving the body of the cannon, asked curiously. "I know a little," Sei Ito replied. Then, He used his thumb as a bookmark and closed the dark holy scripture with one hand. He showed the black stains on the cover to Keiho. Do you see these stains? This is the blood of the members of the Magic Club who died 12 years ago. Because of this book, none of them had a good ending. Keiho's expression changed as she stared at the stains on the cover. She finally realized the seriousness of the problem. However, the fanaticism in her heart for magic research made her want to see the contents of the book and know what kind of magic was recorded in it. Okay, since I can't show you the contents of the book, you don't have to do this to me anymore. Stop. Ito didn't hide it and directly waved his hand to put the dark holy scripture into the Rubik's Cube world. He looked down at Keiho, who was still moving her hands. Sensei, did you just use spatial magic? Although her hands stopped moving, her hands were still holding the cannon tightly. She looked at Ito-sei with glowing eyes and asked, "You can say that." Ito's fingers lightly touched the tendons on Keiho's wrist, causing her to naturally let go. Then, he got up and walked to his pants, which were placed on the side, and put them on. You don't have to think about looking for Mizumushi classmate to ask about the contents of the book tomorrow. After I leave, I will go to Mizumushi classmate's house and make him completely forget about this book. Ito said as he fastened his belt. Sensei, you really can't let me see the contents of that book? At this moment, Keiho suddenly wrapped her arms around Ito's waist. She placed her palms on his chest and pressed her cheeks against his back. No. Ito replied firmly. He immediately got rid of Keiho's entanglement and walked out of Keiho's bedroom without hesitation. After leaving Keiho's house, he quickly disappeared into the night. After that, Ito went to Mizumushi classmate's house as instructed. He opened the door and broke into the room. He walked up the stairs to the second floor and entered Mizumushi classmate's room. In an instant, the naked Mizumushi classmate and the student council president named Shiroki Rika appeared in front of Ito's eyes. "It's you. What are you doing here?" Mizumushi classmate, who was still afraid of Ito, quickly withdrew from behind Shiroki Rika and looked at Ito with a frightened expression. "Who are you? What do you want?" Shiroki Rika, who was enjoying herself with her eyes closed, immediately opened her eyes when she heard Mizumushi classmate's frightened voice. When she saw Ito, she immediately got up and ran to Mizumushi classmate's side. She opened her arms like a mother hen and shouted at Ito. Chapter 9:12. P.S. Thank you to 157747860 for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Nickfany and Instakill Potato for their tips. Although it's a love obtained through magic, this woman's nature is really good. Ito-sei looked at Shiroki Rika, who didn't care about her exposed body, and spread her arms in front of Toshiki Mizuki, who had a look of fear on her face. She was like a mother hen protecting her chicks with her arms wide open, and she praised with a chuckle. But unfortunately, this is the last night you can touch her. Then, Ito-sei slowly raised his arm toward Shiroki Rika, while his eyes fell on Takisue and said, Takashi Suwace didn't know what Ito wanted to do, but the words, last night, made him think of the terrible consequences. Takashi Suwace's face turned even paler. His expression was full of fear and panic as he shook his head. Shiroki Rika also heard this and her expression changed. She rushed forward and hugged Ito tightly. At the same time, she shouted at Takashi Suwace, who was still in a daze. Takashi Suwace, run! Takashi Suwace, who came back to his senses, was startled by Shiroki Rika's shout. He didn't hesitate to turn around and run towards the door. Stay here, Ito said as he sent a mental attack towards Takashi Suwace. Takashi Suwace's body was fiercely pushed against the wall of the room. Bang! Plop! The huge impact made Takashi Suwace's head dizzy. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Takashi Sue's body fell to the ground and didn't move. Student Mizuki Rika. Shiroki Rika, who had turned her head to look at the commotion, shouted with grief and indignation. Why don't you take a nap too? Seito used his palm as a knife and lightly chopped down on Shiroki Rika's neck, knocking her out. Seito reached out and hugged Shiroki Rika's limp body. He brought her to Takashi's bedside and placed him on the bed. Then, he turned around and squatted down in front of Takashi. He placed his finger on Takashi's head and activated his hypnosis ability and mental sensing ability to fuse into Takashi's consciousness. It deleted part of his memories about the contents of the dark holy scripture and the magic incantation. In order to not make certain things seem too abrupt, Seito only deleted the part about the dark holy scripture and magic spells. As for the existence of the dark holy scripture, the fact that he had used spells to help others, and the fact that he had controlled Shiroki Rika and had sex with her, he didn't touch it at all. After doing all this, Seito got up and walked back to the bedside. He bent down and carried the naked Shiroki Rika. After leaving Takashi's bedroom, he went to the room on the first floor that belonged to Takashi's distant cousin, Takashi Yuki's room. The moment Seito carried Shiroki Rika into Takashi Yuki's room, the sound of a door opening was suddenly heard. Then, a pleasant female voice echoed in the quiet room. Takashi, are you here? This is Iwanri Walnut, right? Hearing the voice, Seito turned to look at the closed wooden door. It was as if he could see the situation outside with his X-ray vision. Then, he looked away without caring. He put Shiroki Rika on the big bed that was big enough for two people to lie side by side. Then, he sat down beside Shiroki Rika's bed and took out the dark holy scripture to read it again. This time, Itose didn't read page by page in order. Instead, he quickly found the page with the solution to the spell by swallowing it whole. He browsed through the incantation on how to break the incantation. It really deserves to be called a holy scripture. The incantations inside are all related to Christianity. Instead of calling it a black magic book, it's better to call it a black guidebook full of religious meaning, Seito said as he memorized the incantation. Then, he stretched out his left hand in front of Shiroki Rika, opened his 5 fingers, and softly chanted the incantation to break the incantation. Along with a wave of spiritual power, under the influence of an unknown power, the spiritual power spontaneously changed into a strange power that enveloped Shiroki Rika's body. It penetrated her eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and other 5 senses and disappeared into her brain. It really is a spiritual magic, Seito confirmed as he watched the magic change from beginning to end. Originally, I thought that the Dark Holy Scripture was a magic book written by Aleister Crowley. Even if the contents had nothing to do with the Book of Magic, it should still be related. I didn't expect that in the end, it was just a handwritten magic book that combined sex magic, black magic, summoning magic, secret ritual magic, religion, and demonology. The methods and system are all very different. I really don't understand why this world's Aleister Crowley's granddaughter is looking for the original. Could it be to become the so-called Lord of all demons? Seito frowned as he retracted his hand to read the dark holy scripture. He didn't know how much time had passed as he carefully read it. At this moment, Shiroki Rika's brows furrowed. A painful groan came from Shiroki Rika's throat. Then, Shiroki Rika's eyelids moved and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing her somewhat confused green pupils. "It's you? What are you doing here?" Shiroki Rika turned her head slightly and saw Seito's figure. She immediately sat up on the bed and retreated to the corner of the bed. She had a panicked expression as she questioned. "First, think about the chair's behavior." Seito glanced at Shiroki Rika, then his gaze once again fell on the dark holy scripture in his hand as he gently reminded her. With Seito's reminder, Shiroki Rika's mind immediately recalled everything she had done today. Finally, it stopped at the scene where she was knocked unconscious by Seito. How could this be? Shiroki Rika's face was full of disbelief as she muttered to herself, I actually did that kind of thing, it's nothing. You were just under a spiritual magic spell. Now that I have helped you undo it, you have regained your freedom. Seito said without raising his head. Magic? That kind of thing? Shiroki Rika said with some disbelief. Forget it. I'll let you experience it for yourself. Seito said as he pointed his hand at Shiroki Rika. His mouth muttered the incantation recorded in the content he had browsed before. He used the black magic recorded in the dark holy scripture on Shiroki Rika. The next moment, Shiroki Rika, who was wary of Seito in her heart, suddenly felt her body heat up. A strong instinctive desire fiercely filled her heart, making her uncontrollably want to seek the opposite sex and copulate with him. And, under the influence of desire, Shiroki Rika's body senses were infinitely magnified. It was just a casual touch of her fingers, but there was a strong feeling in her heart, and she couldn't help but let out a low moan full of lust. I beg you, quickly help me undo it and let me return to normal. Shiroki Rika looked at Seito, who was reading with his head lowered, and begged. Hearing the begging, Seito still didn't raise his head and reached out his hand. He chanted the incantation to remove the magic effect on Shiroki Rika. Oh, that's right, because of the incantation just now, even if the magic effect is removed, your body's desire will still become strong. You want to vent, and it's the kind that can't be endured. So if you don't want to be tormented by desire, you can do it yourself. Just take care of it yourself. Itose looked up at Shiroki Rika, whose cheeks were flushed, and said, Hey, this is for you. It can help you vent your desire very well. Then, Seito took out a set of adult toys and threw it to Shiroki Rika's side. Looking at the items that could only be seen in a small house, Shiroki Rika's face flushed red. Shiroki Rika's cheeks turned even redder, and she lowered her head in shame. She curled her body into a ball and endured the desire to vent in her heart. Where is this? In order to distract herself, Shiroki Rika took the initiative to ask Seito. This is Shui Wei's Dwashi's house. This is his sister's bedroom. Seito replied. Shui Wei's Dwashi. Hearing this name, Shiroki Rika's mind once again recalled the absurd, shameless Shiroki Rika. Her expression was filled with resentment as she muttered to herself. But because of the image that appeared in her mind, Shiroki Rika's body's desire became even stronger. She couldn't help but rub her legs. Just as her legs were rubbing, an even stronger desire was transmitted to her heart, causing her to be unable to restrain herself and continue to rub. And, at least Shiroki Rika still knew how to be shy, so she let out an extremely suppressed low moan. But following that intense desire, Shiroki Rika, like a broken jar, completely let go of her restraint. She fiercely threw herself in front of Seito. Her hands impatiently reached for Seito's trousers and unfastened them. Then, she opened her mouth and swallowed the exposed Longinus spear, TSK. Now I'm more and more suspecting that the demon summoned by the magic in this book isn't the god of dawn or the child of light, but the demon king of lust, Asmodeus, or another version of the demon king of lust, Bichimos. Seito said to himself as he lowered his head and glanced at Shiroki Rika, who had already sunk into a state of confusion. At this time, Shiroki Rika turned over and straddled Seito's legs. She reached out to grab Longinus' spear and aimed it at the scarlet nest. Then, she activated Heavy Sit and let the spear sink into the nest. Ugh! Shiroki Rika, who suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, raised her head and let out a slightly suppressed moan. Soon after, Shiroki Rika didn't need Seito to do anything. She held the spear and attacked the cave. Along with a light, pa-pa-pa, sound, a peculiar smell began to pervade Yukiko Swaki's room. According to the information I previously found about Alesta Crowley, the way she communicated with wisdom was to let go of her mind at the moment of climax, allowing her spirit to transcend the dimension she was in and contact the spirit, residing in another dimension. At the same time, how to maintain this climax, and how to temper this transcendental will called Mara, is the second core secret method of the sex magic created by Alesta Crowley. Looking at the intoxicated Shiroki Rika who was moving there, Seito couldn't help but think of some information. After this world ends, let's go to the main world to look up information about sex magic. Perhaps through this dark holy scripture and sex magic, I can contact wisdom, named Iwa. Seito, who allowed Shiroki Rika to kiss him, thought. Of course, in order to increase the success rate, perhaps I can return to the Forbidden World and find the Russian Orthodox Church Annihilation White Book, who is proficient in sex magic, Skugaznufra. Seito thought. Please move. Shiroki Rika, who had been exercising alone for a while, looked at Ito Sei and begged him. Okay, but I want to change places. Seito stared at Shiroki Rika's dark green eyes and said. Then he used his mind to put away the dark holy scripture, and had Shiroki Rika kneel on the bed. He got up and walked behind Shiroki Rika, pointed the tip of the Longinus spear at the center of the sunflower, and let Shiroki Rika sing the chrysanthemum terrace. Ah! Shiroki Rika couldn't help but cry out in pain as she felt a tearing pain that was even more intense than when something was broken. Fortunately, Seito set up an invisible telekinesis barrier when he entered Yukiko Shuei's bedroom. This prevented Shiroki Rika's cries from leaking out of the room and letting Yukiko Shuei, who was on the roof, hear it. After a minute or so, Seito waited for Shiroki Rika's pain to subside before slowly moving again. Along with his movements, the chanting that had stopped for a short while soon reverberated in the room once again. At the same time, a joyous expression gradually crept onto Shiroki Rika's face, replacing the previously pained expression. Shiroki Rika's body was only that of an ordinary person, so she couldn't resist Seito's attacks for long. However, under the influence of the dark holy scripture, Shiroki Rika's desire value skyrocketed. She fought until she fainted. Only then was she done venting, and her breathing became stable again. Under the dual effects of the dark holy scripture and the chrysanthemum terrace halo, Seito was finally able to resist the hollow state, and the accumulated energy in his body flowed out. After retreating from behind Shiroki Rika, Seito waved his hand, and a stream of water immediately appeared around him. After rinsing the Longinus spear a few times, the water flowed out of the bedroom window and onto the street outside. Just like that, Seito sat back down on the bed naked. He flipped his hand and took out the dark holy scripture that he had previously put away. He lowered his head and browsed through it again. Chapter 9:13. P.S. Thanks to an XCX for the tip. Clack, at midnight, a soft sound was heard. It's the same thing again. You're clearly looking for someone to drink, but you ran off with another man halfway. Really annoying. Hose over friends. I also want to find a boyfriend as soon as possible. A female voice with a hint of resentment was heard. Tap, 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 tap. Soon after, a series of footsteps were heard from afar, approaching the room. At this time, she should be Toki Sui's distant cousin, Sui Wei's Yuki. Seito, who heard the footsteps, temporarily shifted his gaze away from the dark holy scripture and looked towards the door. Clack. At this moment, accompanied by a soft sound, a young woman around the age of 26 walked into the room. She was wearing a black high-waisted miniskirt, a blue corset and a red short-sleeved jacket. She had short black hair and two thin metal earrings on her earlobes. Her face was round, her chin was slightly sharp, and her pupils were yellowish-brown. She seemed to be around the age of 26. Her cheeks were slightly red as she carried a small leather bag and walked into the room. Her body smelled of alcohol, and her cheeks were slightly red. She pushed open the door and walked into the room with a small leather bag in her hand. The scene that instantly entered her eyes made Tsukiyuko stunned. She didn't know what to do. In the room, Seito, who was sitting on the bed, smiled at Tsukiyuko. Then he used his telekinesis to wrap Tsukiyuko, who was still in shock. He pulled her into the room. Bang. The moment Tsukiyuko entered the room, the door behind her automatically closed. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Tsukiyuko, who was awakened by the sound of the door, was struggling to regain control of her body. She questioned Seito. I'm the one who answered your summons to be your boyfriend. Seito looked at Tsukiyuko, who was pulled in front of him by his telekinesis, and said with a chuckle. Although she always dreamt of having a man, but a naked man suddenly appeared in front of her. He even claimed to be her boyfriend, so she couldn't accept it. She stared blankly at Ito-sei in front of her with a stunned expression. Even the strange matter of how his body appeared in front of the other party without his own control was thrown to the back of his mind. After looking at Ito-seiji with a smile on his face for a moment, a sudden feeling of shyness emerged in her heart. She subconsciously turned her head to the side and instantly saw Shiroki Rika lying on her bed sleeping. Then what's wrong with her? Tsukiyuko angrily asked as she turned her head back to Seito. This is the hostage that I rescued from my brother's hands. When I responded to your heart and appeared in this room, I was able to find her. When I answered your summons, I happened to see her being raped by your brother, so I saved her. Seito looked at Tsukiyuko and explained. You're saying Duo she raped this girl? Tsukiyuko exclaimed in disbelief. Yes. Itomori nodded seriously and confirmed, if it weren't for the fact that he is your brother, I would have wanted to destroy him. Please don't. Tsukiyuko subconsciously stopped him. She then asked with a face full of concern. What did you do to him? For your sake, I only knocked him out. He's now resting in the bedroom upstairs. Seito replied with a smile. Phew, that's good. Tsukiyuko relaxed. Can you let me go first? Tsukiyuko's eyes inadvertently swept across Seito and his spear. Her cheeks were red as she said shyly. Of course. Seito replied with a smile. He then stretched out his arms and hugged Tsukiyuko's waist, releasing the telekinesis imprisonment on her. What was that just now? Although she was in Seito's arms, she surprisingly didn't resist. She looked at Seito curiously and asked. That's one of my abilities. You just need to know that it's used to protect you. Seito shamelessly lied. Protecting me, huh? Wei Sui muttered to herself in delight. She then looked into Seito's eyes and said, So, you really answered my wish and came to this world to be my boyfriend? Of course. Seito confirmed with a serious face. Yay. I finally have a boyfriend. And he's so young and has such a magical ability. Tomorrow I'll take him to see Sally and the others. I'll make them jealous. After getting confirmation, Tsukiyuko hugged Seito's neck with both hands. After sticking their heads out and kissing his cheeks, some of them went crazy and said happily. Oh right. What's your name? Tsukiyuko looked at Seito and asked. My name is Seito. You can call me Ah-cheng. Don't forget it in the future. Seito replied with a smile. I know. Tsukiyuko nodded with a serious face. She then looked at him and said, Ah-cheng, let me go. I'm going to take a shower. Seito smiled and nodded. He loosened his arms and let Tsukiyuko go. Tsukiyuko, who regained her freedom, shyly looked at the naked Seito and immediately ran out of the room to take a shower. Should I say that this is indeed the 2D world? Someone actually believes such obvious lies. It really makes me speechless. Ito-sei, who was watching Yuki Wakase leave the room, shook his head and whispered to himself with a funny look on his face. He then picked up the dark holy scripture and continued to read. After over half an hour, with a light sound, Shui Wutsai pushed open the door and entered the room with a blush. She was only wearing a blue and white bra and a thong which was covered by a palm-sized piece of white cloth in front and replaced by a white string. "Ah-cheng, let's sleep," Suki Yuko said softly. "Okay." Seito nodded with a smile. He then put away the dark holy scripture and stood up from the bed. He bent over and placed Shiroki Rika's body on the innermost part of the bed. He then climbed onto the bed and lay down next to Shiroki Rika. He then extended his arm towards Suki Yuko. Suki Yuko, who thought she was the only one sharing a bed with Seito, frowned. Seeing this, Seito used his psychokinesis to wrap around Suki Yuko's body and forcefully pulled her onto the bed and into his embrace. "Although I came here to fulfill your wish to be your boyfriend, my personality is very domineering. So you have to be obedient," Seito said softly with a smile on his face as he placed his left hand on Suki Yuko's shoulder. His right index finger gently slid down Suki Yuko's nose from between her eyebrows. "I know." Suki Yuko, who had never been flirted with by a man, replied softly with eyes full of love. "Good girl, let's sleep." Seito leaned over and kissed Suki Yuko. Then he laid down on the bed and stretched out his right hand to hug Shiroki Rika. He put his hands on Shiroki Rika's and Suki Yuko's chest and closed his eyes to rest. Feeling the warmth on her chest, Suki Yuko moved her body closer to Seito's chest. She put her left hand on Seito's chest and closed her eyes to sleep. While the three of them were breathing, the night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. And, accompanied by a seductive moan, Suki Yuko, who had her left hand on Seito's chest and her left leg on his and Shiroki Rika's thighs, woke up from her dream. "You're awake." Seito looked down at Suki Yuko, who was slowly opening her eyes, and smiled. "So it wasn't a dream." Suki Yuko subconsciously looked up at Seito and muttered. "What do you think?" Seito asked with a smile. His hand on Suki Yuko's chest slightly tightened. Then he pinched her chest and chuckled. "Well, it's not suitable for me and her to go out, so please go out and prepare breakfast for us. Remember, dress neatly." "Yes," Shui Wusai replied with a drawn-out voice. She then sat up on the bed and walked to the wardrobe at the side. She picked out an elegant office suit and put it on. "Dear, what do you think of this outfit?" Sui Wei's turned around to face Ito-sei, and opened her arms with a smile on her face. "Not bad, go ahead." Seito, with his left arm behind his head and his upper body leaning on the bed, said with a smile. "Well, I'll go out and prepare breakfast for you," Shui Wusai said happily. Then, she turned around and walked to the door. She opened the door and walked out. "It's time to get up, President Shiroki Rika." Itsunari, who was watching Sui Wei's leave with the screwdriver, exerted a little force in his palm to wake up Shiroki Rika, who was still asleep. And, under the continuous stimulation of pain, Shiroki Rika finally let out a low moan and woke up from her dream. And Shiroki Rika, who woke up almost instinctively, wanted to get out of Seito's arms, but the pain from behind made her lose all her strength, and she fell back onto Seito's chest. Chapter 9:14. "Okay, lie down and don't move, I'll treat you," Seito said, while his right hand was around Shiroki Rika's white and smooth back, and his left hand was on her buttocks, using medical ninjutsu to treat her. In an instant, a cool feeling was produced from the edge of Shiroki Rika's sunflower, relieving the pain from the flower core until finally there was no more pain. "Thank you." Shiroki Rika buried her head in Seito's chest and whispered with complicated feelings. It's nothing, it's rare for me to have a different experience. Seito gently rubbed Shirokirika's back with his palm and chuckled. Knowing what Seito meant, Shirokirika's face turned red, and without thinking, she opened her mouth and bit his chest. Okay, get up first, I'll clean your body. Seito raised his hand and patted Shirokirika's buttocks and said. After this reminder, Shirokirika, who also felt very uncomfortable, didn't care about being shy. She directly turned over Itosei's body, stood up from the bed, and looked at the environment in the room. Turn around. Seito also sat up and turned around from the bed and said to Shirokirika, whose back was facing him. He didn't know why, but Shirokirika didn't resist. With one hand on her chest and the other hand covering her lower body, she obediently turned around to face the naked Seito. Learn from me and open your hands. Seito stepped forward and stood in front of Shirokirika, opened his arms on both sides of his body, and looked at Shirokirika in front of him and said. Shirokirika's cheeks turned red, but she still obediently moved her arms away from her body and stretched them flat on both sides of her body. At this time, a whirlwind formed by clear and transparent water suddenly appeared from the feet of Seito and Shirokirika, and it hovered up the skin of the two people until it wrapped the human body except for the eyes, nose, and mouth. Looking at the water wrapped around her and Seito's body, Shirokirika's eyes showed a look of surprise. Do you want to learn? Seito looked at Shirokirika and asked with a smile, then she showed a look of hope and said, I'll teach you later. It's a promise. Shirokirika quickly said. Okay. Seito smiled and agreed. At this time, the water that was wrapped around the two of them scattered and turned into countless water droplets of different sizes. They emitted a faint grayish-blue color and floated around Itosei and Shirokirika. Immediately afterward, the slowly floating water droplets shook together and formed a flat water ribbon, flowing from the gap of the bedroom window to the outside of the house and watering the small lawn outside the house. Clothes. After the surprise, Shirokirika, who was about to find clothes to wear, suddenly whispered. Wait. Seito chuckled, then turned his hand and took out a set of white women's underwear with lace. And a pair of black knee-length thongs was handed to Shirokirika. Shirokirika looked stunned as she reached out and took the clothes. She looked at Seito, who turned his hand and took out a pair of black boxers and men's underwear. She didn't know what to say. What? You don't like it? Seito, who was tying the belt, frowned and asked. No, I don't. Shirokirika quickly replied, then put on the clothes in front of Seito. After putting on the white shirt, Seito turned his hand again. A red, a white, and a black cloth immediately appeared in his hand. Then Seito ignored the curious Shirokirika, turned around and walked to the bed and spread the 3 pieces of cloth on the bed. Using alchemy, he turned them into the student uniform of a red skirt, a white shirt, and a black waistband. Amazing! Shirokirika exclaimed. This time, without Seito saying anything, Shirokirika knew that these clothes were for her, so she walked to the bed, picked up the clothes and put them on one by one. At this time, Shirokirika, who was wearing a simple but elegant office lady dress, came back to the room with a large tray. Seeing Shirokirika suddenly appear, Shirokirika looked at Seito, who was standing at the side with a puzzled look. Her name is Shirokirika. She is the sister of Shirokirika, who did something terrible to you before. Her current identity is my girlfriend in this world. Seito pointed at Shirokirika and introduced her. Shirokirika didn't know if it was because she heard the name Shirokirika, or because she heard Seito say that Shirokirika was his girlfriend. Shirokirika's expression changed, and she looked at Shirokirika with an ugly expression. When she heard Seito say that she was his girlfriend, Shirokirika's smile became bigger. She walked to the side of the desk, put the large tray in her hand on the desk, and then returned to Seito's side. She reached out and held his arm and said, Dear, let's eat. Seito nodded and then pulled Shiroki Rika's arm to the desk and said, You used up a lot of energy yesterday. Hurry up and eat more. Then Seito and Shiroki Rika, who had suddenly become silent, started to enjoy the breakfast that Shiroki Rika had prepared. During the meal, Seito turned to look at Shiroki Rika and asked, Did your brother leave? He has been driven away. Shiroki Rika said with an unhappy face. That's good. Seito nodded in response, and then continued to silently eat the food in front of him. 10 minutes later, Seito and Shiroki Rika finished their meal. We are leaving. At the door, Seito and Shiroki Rika said goodbye. That, you will come back tonight, right? Shiroki Rika quickly asked, just as Seito was about to leave. It depends on the situation. If there is nothing else, I will come back. Seito turned back to look at Shiroki Rika and smiled. Then, he and Shiroki Rika, who was beside him, walked in the direction of XX Private High School. Along the way, the two were silent. In this silence, the two walked into XX Private High School together. They separated at the first floor of the school building and went to the classroom and the health room. Beijian-sensei, good morning. Seito opened the door to the health room and greeted Reika Kitami, who was wearing a white coat and sitting at the desk. Good morning. Reika Kitami looked at Seito with a strange expression. Beijian-sensei? Is there something wrong with me? Seito deliberately made a strange expression and looked down at his clothes. Nothing, I am just a little surprised. Ito, you have only been at school for a day, and you are already with the school's idol, Shiroki Rika. It is very surprising. Reika Kitami explained with a smile. It is nothing, the two of us just happened to be here. Seito replied with a smile. Shiroki Rika looked at Seito meaningfully and smiled without saying anything. Seito also didn't say anything. He walked to a chair and sat down. He picked up a medical book and looked down to read. The school's healthcare doctor's work was very leisurely. In the morning, except for a male student who came to the health room to take a few anti-diarrhea pills, no other students came to the room. In this peaceful atmosphere, it was noon in the blink of an eye. Beijian-sensei, do you want me to bring you something? Seito got up and was about to go to the welfare store to buy some food. He asked Reika Kitami, who was still sitting in the same place. Thank you, but no need. Reika Kitami replied, then as if she remembered something, she said, By the way, I promised a student that I will check her body at noon. If possible, please don't come back at noon. I know, Beijian-sensei. Seito nodded and then opened the door and walked out of the health room. Ito-sensei, can we eat lunch together? Just as Seito walked to the welfare store, a familiar female voice suddenly sounded in his ear. I specially prepared a love lunch for sensei. Keiho Zubo lifted the lunch box in her hand to her chest and looked at Seito, who turned around to look at her with a smile. Well, it's a good opportunity to taste your cooking skills. Itose laughed. Seeing that Seito accepted her invitation, Keiho Zubo hurriedly walked to Seito's side, grabbed his arm, and dragged Seito to the rooftop of the teaching building. Along the way, all the students who saw the two and knew Keiho Zubo showed an expression of disbelief as they watched the two leave in front of them. With Keiho Zubo dragging them, the two quickly arrived in front of the door that led to the rooftop. Keiho Zubo immediately reached out and opened the door. Slap! At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly sounded, and then the scene of Shiroki Rika slapping Shuei was Toki was reflected in Seito and Keiho Zubo's eyes. I saw a surprising scene. Keiho Zubo looked at Shiroki Rika and Shuei was Toki with interest. Hearing the voice, Shuei was Toki and Shiroki Rika turned to look at the door at the same time, but when they saw Seito, their expressions were completely different. Shuei was Toki's face showed a touch of fear, and at the same time, her body couldn't help but take a step back and tremble slightly. Shiroki Rika, on the other hand, glanced at Ito-sei and Keiho, who was holding a lunchbox with a complicated expression. She turned around and walked past them without looking at them, disappearing into the stairwell. Shuei was Toki, can you please leave here? Keiho Zubo looked back at Shiroki Rika, who disappeared, then turned back to look at Shuei was Toki. Her tone sounded like a request, but it was more like a command. Yes, yes. Shuei was Toki felt like she had been pardoned, and quickly ran past the two and disappeared into the stairwell. Chapter 9:15. P.S. Thanks to Nikfani for the tip. Bang. Seeing that only Sei-to and herself were left on the rooftop, Keiho turned around and closed the door that connected the rooftop to the stairwell. Sensei, let's go sit over there. Keiho turned around and grabbed Sei-to's arm as she dragged Sei-to toward the barbed wire fence that was erected to prevent students from falling off the building. After 4 or 5 steps, the two of them reached the fence and sat down on the ground with their backs against it. Sensei, I specially prepared this for you. Keiho, who was wrapped in black stockings that were over her knees, placed her legs together and placed them on her side. Her hands were gently dissecting the container that was wrapped in green cloth. Here, Sensei, have a taste. She reached for the chopsticks that were placed in the container and took the initiative to pick up a piece of vegetable. She held it with her other hand and brought it to Sei-to's mouth. When Ito-sei saw this, he didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth and swallowed the food that was sent to his mouth and chewed slowly. How's the taste? Keiho asked with an expectant expression. As far as Japanese cuisine is concerned, it's not bad. But I prefer Chinese food, so I have high standards for the taste, so it's not too bad overall. It's not too bad to the point where it's impossible to swallow. Sei-to glanced at Keiho and commented, Sensei, your words are hurtful. Keiho complained with a disappointed expression. Okay, just say it. What's the reason this time? Sei-to looked at Keiho with a half-smile. Can't it be that I like you, Sensei, and want to do this for you? Keiho pouted. Keiho asked with an unhappy expression. There's too little time. And judging from your unscrupulous behavior yesterday, it's impossible for love at first sight to happen to you. So, the only reason you're trying so hard to please me is that there's something on me that's attracting you, and you want it. Sei-to stated calmly. But I'll say this first. I won't let you read the contents of that magic book. Sei-to continued with a firm tone. Keiho's eyes flashed, and then she smiled ambiguously again. She leaned on Sei-to's shoulder and said in a sweet voice, I understand, Sensei. I won't ask you to let me read that magic book again. But Sensei, I want you to fulfill your responsibility as a teacher and teach me something special. Keiho moved her head as she whispered as she moved her head. Her hand moved as she moved her hand, until it finally landed on Sei-to's body. Physical hygiene? That's what I'm supposed to do. Sei-to understood what Keiho was referring to, but he pretended to be ignorant and reached out his left hand. He hugged Keiho from behind, and at the same time, he nimbly lifted her skirt with his left hand and placed his palm on Keiho's butt. Of course I have to learn physical hygiene, but I also want to learn something special from Sensei. For example, magic. Keiho opened her mouth and sucked on Sei-to's earlobe. Her fingers moved slightly as she gently pulled out the weapon hidden in Sei-to's pants. She moved up and down rhythmically as she spoke in a muffled voice. That depends on your performance. If you do well, I might teach you some special magic. If you don't, hee. His fingers moved the edge of Keiho's underwear under her skirt and reached inside. Sei-to laughed strangely as he gently caressed a small patch of grass. Sensei, I'll do my best. Keiho looked at Sei-to with a seductive expression. She then lowered her head and opened her mouth to suck on Sei-to's natural weapon. Ito-sei, who was looking down at Zubo Keiho's movements, chuckled. He slowly pulled his hand out from under Zubo Keiho's skirt, and after summoning a stream of water to wash his hand, he picked up the lunchbox that Zubo Keiho prepared and began to enjoy it. "Sensei, do you have time tonight?" Keiho felt her cheeks stiffen as she stopped what she was doing and turned to look at Sei Ito, who was eating. "What?" Sei Ito asked casually. "I opened a magic club with students from other schools. They're all girls over 14 years old. I'm going to be together tonight." "Sensei, do you want to join us?" Keiho asked with a smile. "Can I assume that you're a pimp?" Sei Ito lowered his head and looked at Keiho with a smile. "If Sensei really wants them, I'll help you unconditionally." Keiho didn't avoid Sei Ito's gaze at all and smiled. "You're really selling your teammates out." Sei Ito shook his head and sighed in amusement. "They're all girls who believe in the existence of magic, who are searching for the truth of magic, and who are willing to sacrifice themselves for magic. If Sensei really likes them, I'm sure they won't resist at all and serve you wholeheartedly." She then lowered her head again and swallowed Ito-sei's weapon into her mouth and started fiddling with it. "Okay, since you're so dedicated, I'll go with you tonight." Sei Ito agreed. The lunchbox made by Rika was made according to a normal Japanese male student's appetite. It wasn't big, and with Sei Ito's eating style, it didn't take long for him to finish it. He put the empty lunchbox aside and took out the unfinished dark holy scripture to continue reading. "Oh Sensei, you're amazing. You haven't released your magic for so long." Keiho, who felt her mouth stiffen again, raised her head and said with a slightly surprised expression. Ito-sei, who temporarily shifted his gaze away from the dark holy scripture, smiled at her, then once again returned his gaze to the pages of the book, and continued to concentrate on browsing. The content of this book is getting more and more complicated. Even the teachings and thoughts of the ancient Indian sect, Tantrism, have appeared in this book. No, it should be said that this book is based on the teachings and thoughts of Tantrism as its core. It's a strange magic book that combines sex magic, secret ritual magic, summoning magic, black magic, religion of the cross, and demonology. Sei Ito thought to himself. On the side, seeing that Sei Ito was ignoring her, Keiho's eyes flickered as she looked at the dark holy scripture. She then stood up and undid the belt of her black school uniform. She undid the buttons of her white shirt and pulled up her light yellow underwear with lace, exposing her full breasts to the air. Then, she leaned over Sei Ito's body and held the weapon tightly between her hands. Her shoulders moved slowly and rhythmically. And this movement, it lasted for more than half an hour. "Sensei, I can't take it anymore. My shoulders are sore." Keiho turned over and laid on the ground, her head resting on Sei Ito's thigh as she gasped for breath. Sensei is indeed Sensei. Even in this aspect, who knows how many times stronger than the average person. It seems that I made the right choice to make my companion senseis, who's student as well. Then, Keiho turned around. Keiho then turned around and stared at the weapon in front of her. Her right hand fiddled with it as if she was playing with an interesting toy. "Okay, lunch break is almost over. Hurry up and rest before returning to the classroom." Sei Ito pushed Keiho's mischievous hand away and sheathed the weapon as he spoke. "Then what about Sensei? In this state, it's not good for your health." Keiho sat up and asked Sei Ito. "I'll take care of this." Sei Ito curled his lips and replied. "Could it be Sensei is going to look for Shiruki-san?" Keiho asked curiously as she tidied up her clothes. "Why do you think I'm going to look for her?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at Keiho in surprise. "It seems that I wasn't wrong before. Sensei's relationship with Shiruki-san isn't normal." Keiho snickered. "That complicated gaze, it's as if she's looking at her cheating boyfriend." Thinking about it, Sensei was the one who removed the magic on Shiruki-san's body, and then for some other reason, Sensei had sex with her. Am I right? Keiho continued to speculate. You've thought it through. At the same time, Itose closed the dark holy scripture in his hand and stood up from the ground. Tell me the time and location of the gathering. I'll go there myself. Seito looked at Keiho, who also stood up from the ground, and changed the topic. After 6 in the evening, at some building on XXX Street, room 301 on the 3rd floor. Keiho said. Got it. Seito nodded and then put away the dark holy scripture. Under Keiho's gaze, he walked to the connecting door, opened it, and quickly disappeared into the corridor. Seito returned to the health center and once again spent some peaceful time. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Amid the chaotic ringing of the bell, the students ended the day's classes. They went to their respective clubs to do activities or went straight home to rest. Kitami-sensei, I'll be leaving first. Seito politely said to Reika Kitami, who was still sitting motionlessly. Okay. Reika Kitami replied with a smile. However, Seito didn't leave the campus after leaving the health center. Instead, he took out the dark holy scripture and walked towards the staff lounge. The staff lounge was on the 3rd floor, which was only 1 floor away from the health center. Therefore, after 2 minutes, Seito successfully arrived at the staff lounge. At this time, there were no other staff members in the lounge, except for 2 or 3 teachers who were packing up to go home and sitting in their seats writing something. Seeing this, Seito politely nodded to the staff members who turned to look at him, then went straight to the wall on the side of the lounge. He took out a brass key that looked a little old and held it in his hand, then turned and walked out of the staff lounge. Coincidentally, one of the few teachers that Seito only talked to in school, Takashiro Kwanko, suddenly appeared at the door and bumped into Seito. How strong is Seito's body? The force of the impact immediately made Takashiro Kwanko stagger and fall backward. Seito immediately reached out his hands and hugged Takashiro Kwanko's body tightly in his arms. Thank you. Feeling the masculine scent from Seito, Takashiro Kwanko's cheeks were slightly red as she thanked him. It's nothing. Speaking of which, it's also my fault that you almost fell. Seito, who was still holding Takashiro Kwanko's body, chuckled. Can you let me go? Seeing that Seito seemed to have forgotten, Takashiro Kwanko, who didn't let go of her, couldn't help but remind him. Oh, sorry. Seito pretended to be embarrassed and quickly let go of his hands, and inadvertently let the dark holy scripture pass by Takashiro Kwanko's eyes. Sure enough, seeing the dark holy scripture, Takashiro Kwanko's expression changed. She looked at the dark holy scripture in Seito's hands with a serious face, confirming whether it was the demon book that she once owned, and even caused the death of her companion from the Magic Club 12 years ago. Seito, can you let me see the book in your hand? Takashiro Kwanko's gaze fell on Seito's face again and asked. This? Seito's face first flashed a touch of hesitation, then slowly nodded and agreed. Yes, I can, but can we change places? Sorry, I forgot that this is not the place to talk. Seito, please come with me. Takashiro Kwanko said with an apologetic look, then turned around and led Seito to the rooftop of the teaching building. Let's do it here. At this time, there won't be any students coming here. Takashiro Kwanko, who came to the rooftop, turned around and closed the iron door, then turned back to Seito again and said, Seito, can you let me see the book in your hand? Takashiro Kwanko asked again. Okay. Seito agreed without hesitation, and at the same time, handed the dark holy scripture in his hand to Takashiro Kwanko. It really is that book. Takashiro Kwanko, who reached out to take the dark holy scripture, said with a serious expression. Then she looked up at Seito and asked in a serious voice, Seito, have you read this book? Yes, I have. Seito acted as if he didn't notice the change in Takashiro Kwanko, and said with interest, The content inside is very interesting. Magic that can control people's mind, magic that can make women's desire endless, and so on. It really suits men's taste. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.